Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, the 19th of April 2023, and we're back once again for certain confusion in Factorio, our Krastorio 2 and space exploration modded run. Last session made some progress. We're still on this general upscaling and updating project, and in particular using Vulcanite to improve our smelting efficiencies and our kind of metal source rates. We got our steel ingots being cast in the last session and then fed them into all our production lines, so they'd been a bit steel starved for a while, and things immediately kicked into a new speed, which revealed a few other issues. We scaled up the Vulcanite supply and took a look at some of the pitfalls and particular concerns, but it did also reveal we were short of copper immediately, and short of rocket fuel and so on. So all of those things also need scaling up, improving, tidying up, and bringing into line with our kind of new layouts. That's what we'll continue doing in the next couple of sessions at least. Let's hop in. I have done some prep work between sessions like usual. We'll use the map first. We can see, so the old steel plate production has been ripped out because we're now making ingots up in the corner, so we don't need the plates anymore. They're not doing anything. That's why we in the last session redid our barrel sourcing, and barrels going to be handled a bit differently going forward. That's down there ready for that, although I might want to move it. We'll see. I've also ripped out the old copper and old iron production lines that were over on the left hand edge, so that's our main focus today. Will be getting copper and iron up and running again. These patches have been reduced a bit, but they're still viable, so we'll reuse those two squares initially. We might just want to plug in maybe a second source of copper, perhaps from down here, second source of iron, maybe even this one, if we need even more ingots than just what we can get from those starting locations. We'll see. When I was ripping out the old stuff, that included some of the water sources for the petrochemical production lines. They all kind of ground to a halt, so I ripped those out too because they needed updating anyway. So the old sulfur and plastic in the north, and the old fuel and whatever in the east, that's also been ripped out, ready to be redone soon. Probably change the layout a bit while we're doing that. I'm thinking of adding a few more squares to our rail grid down the south, so we can get this copper, this oil, these rare metals, and then some empty squares in the bottom where we'll do some petrochemical work. The oil we were sourcing up here and down here is just a bit awkward. There's no real reason to keep using awkward patches when we could just build out and grab some of the nicer, tidier ones for the new kind of, most things are going to get barreled up and moved around, so it's going to be a bit more efficient, and we might as well use the more efficient patches to do that, I suppose. But that's what's coming up. Petrochemical probably in the next session, maybe even the session after, perhaps later today if we get far enough in. Today mostly copper and iron. We still need meteorite defense ammunition to be made. We didn't get round to it, and we now don't have the raw materials being made to do it, so that'll have to probably just wait a bit. I'm thinking of putting it up with the lithium instead and moving the barrel production over in with this coal, just to free up this square down here for something petrochemical related. We will after that want to update rare metals to use Vulcanite because they can, for increased efficiency, and stone based things like glass and silicon can also be improved and probably just separated out, so we're not doing all 4 in one squares. That's on the upcoming agenda. We'll see how far we get today. I think probably just getting the copper and the iron ingots is going to take a while, depending on how big it needs to be. The steel was a squeeze. While I was preparing the two other things, if I go into satellite mode, two things that we were talking about in the last session to go back over. One is crash landing rockets. We set up some robots for just in case, and while I was doing the prep work, a rocket crashed outside of their coverage area, so I've just added a couple extra roboports to get a bigger coverage. I think this leaves them kind of vulnerable to getting struck. but it is what it is. We needed the coverage because a rocket landed all the way over here and needed picking up by the robot. So I've just added more, expanded that coverage for the just in case things crash. We'll want to do the same everywhere we've put a landing pad. We don't have that at the moment, but we probably want to bear that in mind. At some point, hop back to Hephaestus and set up this contingency. The other more confusing thing was the LTN network's different network ID system. So the barrels is a good example to look at. Barrels, once they've been emptied, used barrels, come back here using network 2. So down here we've set this delivery point to be on network 2. Down here where we make the new barrels, fresh ones for using, they're on network 1. A different network so that trains don't constantly take from the south and deliver to the east non-stop. That should work fine. It wasn't working before because we weren't setting this to network 1. The default network for LTN is not network 1, it's network FFFFFF, which functions as all networks. So here at the depot, we're still on default network. That way the trains can be used on all networks. So they can be used on 1 and 2. And I believe setting this to network 3 would serve the same function. 3 allows 1 and 2. And if we needed a third unique network, we have to use number 4, because that's not a combination of the other numbers, from what I understand. You know, that should work fine now. I've just changed every single station to network 1, apart from the ones to do with the recycling or reuse of materials. They're on network 2. The particular issue is that this delivery point is taking empty barrels from network 2, but it's also taking steel ingots, which are on network 1 usually. So I can't exactly remember what I did there, but I assume that I left this one on all networks or something. Yeah, not that one. Next one up. Looks like I missed one there actually. That's on 3, which serves the same function, I believe. So the steel ingots are available to both network 1 and network 2, and that shouldn't cause an issue because steel ingots are not used, not recycled or reused. So it's all just a bit messy, is what I'd say. With the scale of it, it gets a bit complicated wanting to have these networks that don't overlap. So it seems to now function properly. We'll see if we get any more problems or situations arise in the future. But I think the main deal was switching on like all of the other stations to network 1 instead of the default network, and that's going to make it behave the way we want. We'll see. Those are the things that came up while I was doing the prep work. Just some interesting stuff we had been talking about before. But yes, today's plan of attack. We will take some drills over to the east, the west, and lay them out on the copper and the iron. That'll tell us how many active drills we have left, because it won't be the same as last time we mined those patches. And from that we can set up our usual factory planner to tell us what we need to do to process that, including vulcanite, which is going to be fun. Going to have to kickstart that system again. It's obviously stopped because we're not making any rocketry components, because we've not got any copper or iron or rocket fuel. So we'll see if we're even able to get things moving again when all this is kind of laid out and done. Start with the longest line. Just copy that across. Is that right? Doesn't look right, but it is. Turn my robots back on. Nope, that one's not lined up. Thought it didn't look right. It's better. That down there. It's more at the bottom than the top now. Is that right as well? No. It's not quite getting them lined up right between the poles. That should be better. There and there. And we'll remove any of these that aren't really mining a sensible amount. Say around 30,000. So get rid of that one. Most of them are pretty good. I mean, this is like what we've mined away so far are the outer fringes, which have less per patch. So if we're more within the central core of the patch, it's going to be better numbers even on the edge now. What is now the edge. That one's not enough though. That one's close enough. Keep it. Seems good. Building a few more columns. See what we got up here. That's all good. It's like 250,000. That's nowhere near that. They're mostly okay. Just about. You know, they'll last a while. Not that one though. Not that one. And that's all good. Okay. Let's put the belt in. I've got some on me, might as well. Don't know if I'm going up or down though. Let's put the belt in later when we know what we're trying to build here and how much space it might take up. That's 173 drills. Not bad going. It's going to be quite a lot of production, I think. Let's do the same down here with the iron. This is the longest one, is there? Yeah, there's quite a lot there. Do that too. There's going to have even more drills, which is nice. We'll have quite a steady source for, you know, a while longer. Won't have to worry about that second patch for a while, perhaps. It might be nice to do it anyway, but... awkward arms sticking out this end. See about all of them. Let's get the last ones planned in first. Tiny patch here, is it worth? No, not really worth connecting that, but it is worth grabbing off the edge here. Like that. That one's no good. Those two are interesting. Not that one, but all those are good. It's a bit different to the copper, actually. A few more small bits around the edges of this one. They're okay. It's only got 30 pieces. Would not last long at all. No, not that one, but the rest are good. Probably not that one either. Definitely not them. Puncture the tiny one, just a tiny little bit in the middle. It's weird that that didn't get mined out by the last set of drills we had here. Maybe we didn't cover it. 5,000 is alright. Those are a much bigger number. Hundreds of thousands. Smaller numbers from them, but getting there. Okay, looks good. A few in the middle, but haven't actually been built. There we go. It's 270 drills. It's a lot. Good. Let's go put the drills we haven't used back. Anything else we should grab while we're there? Probably. We might just make a separate journey for it when we know what that is. First stage is lots of chemical plants, I think. But yeah, we'll see. Let's get the plans done. Let's put them back. Get rid of the junk ore I've picked up. And then, yeah, So this is K51 and K50. K51 is going to be making copper ingot. Work out what the number is in a second. And K50 will be making iron ingot. Likewise. See, ingots are cast from molten. Molten is smelted in the furnace from enriched and pyroflux. Enriched is made by acid washing in a chemical plant. And that comes from the raw copper mined out of the ground. And then we want the numbers as well for pyroflux from vulcanite blocks and acid from there. Oh, interesting. Of course, the sulfuric acid needs a bit of iron plate, and for the steel and for the iron we can just use the iron ore we've got in the process to do that, but in the copper we're going to need the iron delivered. There's an alternative. If we bring the iron up and the copper down and make the acid near the border, we could just pump it under. They could share acid production and do it in the iron square because it's got the iron there. I'm open to that. Do both plans and then we can look at what that looks like. So the copper was 173 machines. A little bit more than this then. There we go, 173 machines, 1150. Why does that ring a bell? No, less than the steel, but a big number. Nice. So that would be 173 drills, and maybe we should make some leeway in that, round down on everything. I'd be open to rounding that down to 95 exactly, or even to 90, just to make it very round. Perhaps round that down to 50. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, okay. It's a very small difference. We might just manually round it down to throttle it. We'll see. That's fine. Needs 1.02 machines making acid. Okay. Let's look at the iron then. So iron needs molten iron, which needs enriched iron, which needs iron drilling from the ground, and then we need to make pyroflux and we need to make acid. This time was 270 drills. Quite a lot more then. It's 271, so 1645 per minute, 270 drills, 73 chemical plants. That should be industrial furnace instead. It's smaller numbers than the steel, which isn't surprising because steel is generally just a slower process than these. So that's all fine. In terms of like physically fitting it in, I don't expect to have the same issues we had with the steel at all. Though, you know, we'll see. This is 411,000 molten iron a minute, which I don't know how many pipelines that is. I mean, 8 might be okay, actually, is what we had for the steel. Could be. Be a close one. Be interesting. Fine. This needs 1.5 chemical plants. So if we did 3 chemical plants and shared the acid between the two, otherwise it's 2 for iron and 2 for copper, or 1 because we're going to round it down a little, which would be okay. It's just getting that iron plate. Don't want to deliver a whole trainload of iron ingot to break down just to have 1 plate per second, which is very little. So I do kind of like that idea of combining that. Here at K50 North we deliver in the sulfur. We made the acid in this top corner and we pump it both directions for the enrichment. Seems good. So why don't we start with the iron patch and take a few chemical plants with us. Quite a few actually. Let's take well, at least the 3 we want for the acid, but also the 74 potentially, probably round down. 74 for the enrichment of the iron. 52, so 70, 50, 120 plus an extra stack. 120 plus an extra stack and a few more for safety. Gonna need a bunch more pipe. Bunch more. We'll take all that underground. A few more tanks possibly. Probably some more offshore pumps. See how far this gets us. Down one for the iron, so it would be here. Let's start by bringing the ore out of the patch and work out how that's all going to be. We've got, we had before a little bit of iron ingot production because it was necessary to make production science, which we were working with. So that, you know, the output of that production is being kept safe in this station in the east, but the finished goods in this is probably not going to go to the east, so we'll juggle that around later. It's fine. Bringing these up, so I'm going to want to take just these 4 on the edge and feed them in. They could go on the right hand edge of this belt, that'd be fine. Feed that up there. Next one is here. A little further. Let's skip that machine just to keep things tidy, we'll see. I'd rather keep it. It's good enough number to keep. We didn't bring enough belt for all this, we'll see how far we get. This lot on the edge we're probably going to combine in some kind of wiggly fashion. They will certainly feed onto that edge of this, which I think will go down, over and back up. So we get up to the same point as the others, just scoop these odd bits and pieces that the unwanted drills made. Keep it a little tidy. So 270 machines are going to need 5 belts. Or 4.874. So we can fit 55 drills to a belt. That's 24, so that's 45. Combine the left hand 2. That's too many. That is awkward as hell. Because it means, I mean, that's going to be too many. Yeah. What about that? It's always too many. Even the right-hand edge. Okay. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines that we want to feed down into 5. Or we just have 8 incomplete lines. That's not a disaster in that we can balance 8 to 8 quite easily and then just use them as we use them. The first stage is enrichment, which is happening in 74 machines. Call it 73, no, call it 72, and we'd have 9 machines per line. So if we are just rounding it down slightly, which we want to because some of this wants to be turned into plate immediately. But then that would be the 9th line. Okay. We can balance it 8 to 8, but we'd then want to have 7 of them being used here, which would be like 70 plants. Be rounding down quite significantly, but we can. I do that. Take it so that there's 70 chemical plants there. 70.7, so it's going to be very close to that. 1580. Still, you know, a big enough number, definitely. There you go, 70 there. 1585. 1575 per minute. Which is, you know, it's more than enough. And means, yeah, we have some spare drills. We can run 7 lines of 10 doing the enrichment, and we'll work out the other stages later, but that's fine. Then the 8th line goes on and is using the spare drills to make the iron plate to make the acid. This can work. So we're going to want an 8 to 8 lane balancer, or, you know, something that serves the same function as that. This type of thing will do. We'll just upgrade it to blue in a second. And we're going to take these lines northbound, I guess, as far to the east as we can, because that maximises space. Leave a little gap maybe, so put it there. Or there. No, there. Would let us run... No, it needs to go up 1 because of that drill, so there. Upgrade tool that to blue. Keep this pretty tidy actually with that amount of space. It's going to 8 lines like that. First one in there and so on. There and there. Bring these over. It's not too bad. Every line's not going to be complete, and that in some ways allows some tolerance. Line up there, that one there, and then these two are getting combined. So the only ones that easily can. And that'll do that job. Put all of that in, they'll get balanced into... Not sure if it will be even or not, the inputs aren't even, so I'm not entirely sure how this works. But it'll be 8 relatively even lines. One of which is going all the way up for turning into acid or whatever. Plates then into acid. We want 7 rows of 10 chemical plants. Which isn't that many chemical plants really. What else could we do? 7 rows of 10 could be, you know, 3.5 rows of 20, but we need to spread the belts out more than that, so 7/10 is probably pretty neat and tidy really. Could start here. We are doing enrichment of iron. We will probably alternate recipes. Get the inputs lined up neat and tidy. Just want to check how we did this stage with the steel. Was this stage? Yeah, fine. Interesting. Because it creates the wastewater as well. So they're joined. Then you've got inserters for the output and the input. So they need to be on the corners. But they can't be because of the different inputs. Okay. All very interesting. The output is more than half a belt per row. Bit confusing actually. It's a tenth, so it's less than half a belt. But when we feed them together, that would be quite complicated. So I'd rather would alternate them onto this belt, that belt, and then input here. Which, yeah, we ultimately need to change around a bit. But if we didn't, how did I do it here? Oh, didn't alternate. Sure, that does make a lot of sense actually, with what we've got here. So they go out. They can go out like that. No. Like that. That's a bit far. Bringing them to there means when you copy paste, having to go forward another one, which you would have to anyway. There's no way of squishing those pipes in less than that. Unless you shared them, so the next machine would be here. But that wouldn't fit either. No, no way you didn't do that. So they could go out that far. Now we have it the other way is go under there and move that in one closer, which I kind of like. And then that can also move in one closer, which, yeah, I do like. Let's have that then, and those joining bits on. However they're going to work. Mob that. Remove them from the end for now, so we know where they're really coming in from. That's all the acid, that's all the water. Seems fine. There's the belt. Also seems good. And the output. Fine, so we'll run that a little further. Fine, I think. That is one set of 10. The next one, yeah, can't overlap there. There's the closest it can go. Which does not look like it was up here. That's some crazy. Seems like I am. So the output belt, next pole, then. Yeah, no, that's the same. Just because it's rotated, must have got confused. Let's grab all that again. That is 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of them. It's interesting. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. It's similar. Well, it's the same, isn't it? It's the same recipe initially, so could have done 15s. Doesn't matter. It's ended up with plenty of space up the top for making the acid, which is all I was really concerned about. Is do we have space to do the acid up here on the corner in a good spot to feed it through for the copper? Which we do. The output of this is going on to be melted down with the pyroflux, which I guess ideally would also be delivered in the north. Have everything delivered in the north. Maybe we could feed that under as well. Interesting thought. Not quite consistent, but we'll see. So yeah, we just need, I guess, bring it all down or not. It's going to be the 131-ish in furnaces. Could set it up over, and then they would be here. And the pyroflux is just made above it in a few, and then it feeds down. So I think upwards. So be there. And when we get here, that can be one line, but we don't want it to be necessarily. think that's 0.46 of a belt, and that's 0.46 of a belt. There's no need to push them together, just to split them up out here. So there, those two turn into 2. Here they turn into 3 by pushing out. Should do that there as I'll prioritise the outside. Here they're going to turn into 4. Yeah, it's okay. Well, that's how we've done it everywhere, I think. Here they turn into 5. That's how many lines there will be. So the others are just pushing into that every time. Fact. Copy paste that much on the ends of each of these rows. Join them together. And that'll be our 4.6 belts of enriched stuff there, which is then feeding into those machines. Good. So let the robots build in everything that's missing, at least until I run out of power in the backpack. Plug the inputs in too, I guess. Why not? While we're doing them. More? Yeah, good. Everything's lining up okay so far. There's a line for the acid. Just going to need to go grab a couple furnaces. In fact, let's work out how many. It's 84 plus the 61 and 0.3 from there, so not easy to combine them because they're on different factories. Could have put these together. Can put them together, I think. Just check that. 1575 a minute. So if we add that here. And were to call this K50 plus K51. So that's from the molten iron. The molten iron in that kind of machine. From the enriched, remove the acid, remove the pyroflux, so go into the molten copper, make the pyroflux, assuming we're not going to combine them. We might, but I don't think I will. Rather not. So we lower them within, but then make the acid combined. Good. The 3 machines, 2 point whatever. And then that plate using the basic recipe in 4 electric furnaces or 2 industrial furnaces. Whatever we've got. Probably the 4 electric furnaces, I think we're most likely to have. This is actually a good spot. Didn't really think about it, but do need some space to feed the liquids in as well, so that's pretty good. Happy with all that so far. Let's head back and grab 4 furnaces then. Anything else? More belt. Yeah, grab those furnaces and some more belt. As much as we can carry, really, because we are going to need a lot. Always do. Yeah, so we've got those stocked up there, so let's grab 4 of them. And the belt is just up here. Yeah, grab the whole bunch of it. Should be okay. Don't think you need copper to make that, so should be able to make some more to fill in while we're shut down. See how it goes. Okay, so what else do we need here? Just the 4 furnaces, the 3 chemical plants, and then the water supply. Pretty small. The higher up we're putting it, the less we have to pump it, but the longer the line of iron is. Doesn't really matter at all, I don't think. Just leave a little gap here, so either that, just build it here. Furnaces. Maybe leave a gap to be pretty. That's going to make sulfuric acid. They're going to make iron plate. Doesn't particularly matter what way round or anything. Could flip them to combine the sulfur on a separate line. Not that it matters. They're going to feed in there. Sulfur's going to feed in there. Water. Come over here somewhere. And then acid. Over to some kind of storage over here. Probably something bigger than normal. How's that? It's okay. We'll turn those belts around. Go across and feed them down into the rest. So there should be good. I just don't quite like that layout. Rather it was in the middle of a block like that, which we know doesn't line up. Oh, and that would be in the way of that belt. So how about down one? Don't like that either. What about like up here? So then we can just feed from each machine in. Move into there, they feed into a different tank each. Not that that particularly matters, but there we go. And that should be enough. I could build more, I guess, but I think that'll be fine. It's a bit weird. We'll see how it all goes. Let's check how much that is belt-wise. Yeah, like pretty much nothing, so we don't need to fill the bottom belt in at all. Half will do. There's the input. I'll make them for that, and then sulfur is going to come down from the train station. Combine it to the right and then just bring it down here, I guess. Over and down. Don't know. But we're going to feed some of that. We pull off the same tank, which they're not inputting in, might be better. Let's power them up. So that's going to head up and do the enrichment of the copper in the next square over. This is going to come over and do this one down here. Okay. Fine. Though I might rather use the right hand side for that, as this space and stuff. What does that change? Let's move it into this one. It's just never anywhere good for it. Could flip it round. Doesn't really matter. What about all the way over here? So run it down. Just one earlier maybe. Water will be a bit further out. Let's go with this. It's going to go up. It's going to go right. These guys are just going to feed into it. Should be okay. Could combine them into one. Doesn't really matter. And the third one, want to get into there. Which lines up pretty alright. good. That pole needs upgrading, that one doesn't. Bring this down then. Might as well. Plug in the line where it will be. It's going to involve sending that under every time. Which, again, is fine. Ooh, maybe it's not. I can go there, but here I haven't lined that up very well. Interesting. Or there. Oh, we still need the water to come in. Change your plan then. Move it one to the left. Or that's all fine. Probably let's just get rid of them because they're connected. That's all good. Move that over. Move this over. It's going to be there now, so we're going under. Just get rid of that bit. Fill my inventory with copper, iron ore. Like always. I don't want to make too much of a mess everywhere. So there, good, good, good. And that's further from where those corners are, so not going to have so much of an issue. There is a dog outside barking quite annoyingly, but it would appear that you guys can't hear it, which is good. Now undergrounds, it's kind of inevitable. And that's the last one. Okay, so can plug that in above ground. That's fine, I think. As long as it doesn't interfere with the water when we come to plug that in. That's all good. Good. So that'll be the acid line going in. We'll just obviously need to go grab some more underground pipe in a second. Let's work out the water too. So this process here is using 35,000 water. The acid is using 14. The whole thing is using 75, which is one pump. So we don't particularly need to worry. If we do two pumps here, keep things separate, you know, one for into the acid and one for into the enrichment. That's the into the acid one. Make that up there and there. And then, because the other one wants to run, I mean, one over from that would be fine. Gonna have to juggle things around again, but no big deal. There. I'd rather nudge that out one on that end. Keep that corner square. Might be nice to have these in line. Sure. Then here is where they're going to connect in. Should be able to copy that. Should be good. Other than I need to run and get some undergrounds. Good. Water in, water in. So it's just sulfur that's missing from the picture. So let's set up the train station here. Unload, and we're going to have sulfur, stone, and vulcanite blocks. Bit of a mess up here because things are so different. Yeah, sulfur, stone, and vulcanite blocks. Which way round do we want that? Probably want because we're heading to the right. The bottom one is going to be the left one. So probably want the top one to be the sulfur. Middle can be vulcanite block. This one can be stone, which is just being turned into sand. Which we do want to know how much. One pulverizer. Be simple. Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how that goes, but that's all fine. Have we got anywhere where we unload 3 single belts? Not quite, not yet. That will be in the future. It's 3 single belts and another thing. 2 single belts. No, let's not worry too much. Let me just grab that much. I need to get more combinators. Okay, fine. Don't have anything. Let's get one of them. The side of thingies too. Where am I? Down here. Don't have those either. Fine. All the flooring to tidy up. Okay. I need to grab them before I can change the settings on those ones. Bit annoying. That is vulcanite block and that is stone. Could do them. These are the first ones, so we wouldn't have that. Here we will have that. No, in one. Like that. That will be there. Oh yeah, because of the pole, it's one further back. This is there. Yeah. Connect all them up. And then, yeah. Copy paste for that lot. I just missed one bit of belt on that. It would appear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Plug that missing piece in. Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're good. Camera a bit choppy. Interesting. Shouldn't be. According to OBS. And according to Twitch, everything okay. Could be the camera itself. It's on the usual settings. Couldn't tell you. Gaming said, yeah, just the cameras. Preview looks okay. So I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Maybe it is, don't know. My bitrate's a bit high actually on OBS, but not on Twitch, so something could be going wrong, but I have no idea what, so I'm not going to worry about it. You'll just have a slightly choppy worm today if that's the case. You do need inserters on here. That should be okay. And then the other lines are there ready. So let's get our missing combinators so we can do this properly. Oh, not that anything's going to happen. We've not got any sulfur. Awkward. Maybe you're going crazy. Maybe it's just the way I move. I'm secretly a robot that moves around really choppy like. Do I have any gear? Nope. Rail stuff, right? So they're down here, I think. Yes. Grab a stack of each. Should do. Don't know what we're going to do then to get sulfur. I guess we just have to lay everything in place, hope it's okay, and set everything up before we can check what's working or not. It's okay, no big deal. We'll live. No, I didn't grab the flooring. I'll do that. Some point in the future I'll go around and make sure the floors look pretty everywhere. It's not a big deal. Just get our wiring done correctly here. Is that right? Green to there, to the backs of them? Yeah. That's right. They're feeding through okay, that's fine. Just need the red. Join them all up. From the front to the backs of these, all the way across. It's all good, and then over here, add the extra pole in for the station. And constant combinator there. So that is all the usual settings. A requester. We want sulfur 8,000 when we've got it. Stone at 8,000. What was vulcanite blocks? Oh, I'm in the wrong map mode. Where else are we doing it? Up to the steel. I think it was 8,000 as well. It was. Good. Thousand of them. Good, good, good. We want to, for consistency, put this onto network 1. Which reminds me, I thought I saw one earlier I'd missed. I want to say the top of this square. That should be on network 1. May have missed a whole bunch as far as I know. Doesn't particularly matter, I don't think. Things will generally work regardless. So that's set up. The stone should come. That's the one we do have. Everything else will have to wait until we've got it. So that enrichment phase for the iron is set up and good. Let's continue the iron, finish it off. We want to do 131 furnaces melting, but we start, I guess, do the pulverizer, the 9 chemical plants making pyroflux. Let's go grab a couple pulverizers. I've got plenty of chemical plants on me still, although we probably will need some more for the next phase in copper. Not that we have the inventory space for it. But let's just grab another couple stacks and a stack of pulverizers. Gone too far north. Chemical plant, couple of stacks, pulverizers, a stack. Just use those 2 spare ones, yeah, that'd be fine. So stone is the outside one. We just want to pulverize it, then make a shared belt, I guess. Simplest way. Yeah, the amount needed is very little. And that shared belt goes into the 9 chemical plants making the pyroflux. If we put pulverizer on this corner here, making sand, we just feed in stone at the top and out on the side. Sand out. I don't know, the bottom might be nice. Sure. Send the vulcanite under. I was going to say join them, but then the pole is in the way. What about if we join them like that? That'll do. No, that's a bad spot. How about... go into the top, out to the side. Cut this down earlier. Join them there. Sure. I would generally do that though, but that's fine. Then it'll go across here. The 9 chemical plants going here. Double check that again. 8 3/4. Taking less than half a belt of each thing and outputting 5,000 fluid a minute, which is 1 pipeline. Will be fine. Join all them together into a tank at the end, or a series of tanks. One should do it. It's just the in and out that's a bit awkward. There or there, or never lines up nice. Let's go into there. Oh, I didn't pick up any underground pipe. Silly me. We're just over there. Never mind. That should be one further down. Then insert us, not like that. Blacklist like that. There we go. Ah, that needs power coverage. Good. Do we not have any stone? Or have I missed something here? Oh, it has delivered it, but it's not unloading it. Because I didn't change these filters after they got built. That should be stone and that should be vulcanite block. That should be the same all the way down. Misclicked there at some point. Is the wiring okay? Yeah. That's better. Stone being unloaded properly. Sand being made. And fed in. Just need to get the vulcanite blocks here as well. Which somehow we're going to kickstart that. Don't know how, but somehow. Good. So now we've got our 131 industrial furnaces to go grab. Put them there for safekeeping. 131 industrial furnaces and some underground pipes. Quite a few of them. Get the furnaces first. I don't know how much inventory space I'm going to have after. Can't remember what they stack in. I want to say 25s. We'll see. Oh, there's a handful back there, but never mind. New ones are down in here somewhere. Stacks at 20. We want 131 and we're going to want another 100-ish there. 140 would be good. That many is fine. Good. On the way back, stop off for some underground pipes. which is this one somewhere, or the one above us. Above us. Like a little thing up here, aren't they? Yep, there they are. Get a whole bunch. Sure. And we're actually quite low on the other kind of pipe, so let's just grab these ones. That's all good. And let's fill in the missing bits of pipe before I forget forever. That's all of that stuff, I think. Just got to do the ends here. These robots back. Good. So that's all good. That's all good, I think. Few over here. Then we work out where we're going to put these furnaces. We could run those 5 lines across the top, put the furnaces going down. How have we done it over here? So it'd again be rotation of this. These are rows of 15. We've got 5 belts for 131. 26 and 1 extra. So I think we will round that down. You know, one of those drills is going to stop eventually and then we'll have to be rounded down. So we might as well just round that down. 26 in a row. Why did we only do 15 over here? I guess that's what fit in the space we had available. But the number's fine. 130 over what is 5 belts. 26, yeah, so it should be fine. They want it to be 28 if it was on 4 point. Whatever, yeah. That's fine. 26 in a row. So those can go up and across. Want to leave a bit of space to move the pyroflux back and forth. So let's say the first one would be there. Oh, not at that height. Could be going. Just leave space to work in. We're not squeezed for space here, so you can leave the room. This is making molten iron. Now we're going to definitely need gaps between them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns. Leaves us nowhere near the pyroflux, okay. Which is good, really. Move that tank over and then feed it down and around. Kind of think putting the tank just attached there. I'm going to go down, across and feed in. Yep, fine with that. Pyroflux in the tops. No, probably going to rotate them like that way around. Other way around. Pyroflux in the right, molten iron out the left. Sure. So might, yeah, we'll see about juggling the inputs of it. That's fine. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14. Hang on. So we get 13 and then we run out of space. So move the whole thing over. What we did in the other one, the steel, is squished everything together, so instead of leaving the gap for the pole, they all run right next to each other. We can do that, but we're not as squeezed for space here as we were up there, so it's not necessary. Having the space is kind of nice. So I think we just move it over until it won't clash with the iron patch, and, you know, we'll be good. So let's go with there. Or leave a bit of room. Let's go with there. That'll be the first one. Get that taken away. And all of this. Interesting. Other stuff perhaps didn't need squeezing in quite so much. It's no big deal either. In this case I will move the tank over to this end. Let's go with there really. That's what I want. And that'll feed down and then across all the rows here. It's nice squared off. So that is 13. We need 26 in a row. So I'll take them down to there. Molten iron will come. Might push it up the top actually. And then over and into the casting machines on the left hand side. Lots of rows of them. Don't know, be interesting. They might be rotated as well. But I think generally that's going to be okay. It's not going to be an issue. 26 and 1, 2, then there, there, and there. Will give us the 130 machines we're after. Yep. Good. Fine. Been grabbing all the stuff, so I'm not going to have enough room in my inventory for the casting machines. I'll have to just put some things down temporarily. Build some more pipelines in, that'll free up some space, I guess. I did not rotate some of these, but did rotate others. Bit weird. That's going to have made a mess. Oh, every other one, sure, I remember. My reflux on the right. Does that copy paste rotation? Looks like it does. Possibly not on the unbuilt ones though, we'll see. Those are all good now. That's a start. And the blueprints as well. Okay, good. Perfect. So again, how did we do this? It's going to be different, just out of interest. Pretty simple. Yeah, quite squished at the back. So you've got, yeah, need to upgrade some of the power poles. Every other. So let us do same spots, yeah, so every other pole needs upgrading. Should have thought ahead about that, never mind. On every column. I don't think you can copy paste that, can you? No, I need like an upgrade tool that that'll be a bit fiddly. So we're not upgrading like all of the same thing. No big deal. Just gonna go slightly crazy while I stare at these square grids over and over. Like usual. Hopefully we have enough anti-meteorite ammunition stored to survive this downtime. You can see the alerts as the meteors come in, but we're not making any new ammo at the moment. Bit concerning. There we go, there's the power pole. So now we can have the inserters reaching. Say it's in the middle. That is powered every time. Fine. probably going to move that. Definitely going to move that actually, because that's not going to input the liquids on the between. So that's so we go with top one with the pyroflux. Inserter on the nope. Say we go with the bottom one for the pyroflux. Then inserter on the top one will be powered. Okay, that's the way around to do it then. Keep it simple. And belt running down there. That's the same on all of them. Sure. Copy that all the way down. And the output's just, I mean, similar really, I guess, to the input. Kind of connection on, I mean, let's say the top one. If we're going to take them up, I think we should take them up and then start rows of casting machines over here on the left hand side. It's there. Let the robots build in what they missed as we go back up. Quite long pipelines, not probably going to need some pumps here and there to keep things moving. Maybe put some of the top here. We'll pump it into some kind of storage facility, I guess, and use a pump to do so. I think... No, robots still missed some things. Well, you know, I ran too quickly, I guess, is the issue. Some down here. Although we need to come up and down and up and down to get everything built. I just want to get one done, really. And that one there, good. Do that from the map, copy that lot. Line that up with the machines. Should be the same all the way over. Like that. Okay. So my thoughts at the moment are we're producing 393,750 molten iron a minute across 5 lines. Each pipeline is carrying 78,750, which I think is too much. I wonder if you can fit 75,000, because that's what a single offshore pump does. Either way, I think roughly halfway down we should split these pipelines and turn it into 10, which is a lot of pipelines. But that, you know, that does actually kind of make sense. How many casting machines are we doing? 656. Could divide that into 10 rows, it would be kind of nice. Might be an option. Round it up or down, 65 rows of 10. Or 10 rows of 65, more likely. We are out of power. Why don't we go grab a bunch of casting machines while we're wanting to recharge. Fly past some Tesla coils. Will I be able to fit 650 in my backpack? Guess we'll find out. Oh, I'm trying to fly past. Oh, too far. Around here somewhere. There, 50 in a stack, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 and 50. And then later on we're going to want another 500, say. Yeah, okay, all good. Anything else while we're out and about? Seems fine. Yeah, seems good. Let's get back to the iron square. Grab a little bit more power before we head in. 20% at the moment, so just top all the way up. There we go. As if we were splitting the lines, which I think is necessary. But we could split some off the bottom into a 6th line and just have 6 lines. I don't know, 10's kind of neat and tidy though. 13 machines. So here is where we would come out. I'm not sure that's the best way of doing it, or whether we move all of that out one. Probably move all of that out one, don't we? No, it's a waste of pipe. If it flows okay like this. Maybe we need a pump here. Can't hurt. Might be unnecessary, but it can't hurt. We run that north. Why not? Join with this one, wherever it's gonna be. Robots can build some stuff in while I'm running up and down like this, but don't seem to be doing it right. All good, no big deal. Why don't I just copy paste? Will be easier. I see this one charging. I'm not sure about this whole thing where I've been scooping them into the backpack. It seems to get us moving quicker, but I'm not sure it's charging them properly. It really speeds things up or not. Can't tell. Just need to be more patient, I guess, in general. Well, good thing that's all good. See, other than maybe some more pumps at the top and some kind of, tank system, we've then got 10 lines at the top, and I think they'll be able to handle the throughput of everything. And see if we can fit 10 columns of 65. Should be doable. Could it be 11? No, 10 columns of 66. No point, because we've rounded down on the furnaces, so there's no point in rounding up on the casting machines. Although we might be rounding down further by doing fewer of them, but I'm fine with that. Pretty sure this will be plenty of iron ingots for a long time. Sounds like a huge number, really. Okay, so everything built. Check they're set right, they are. Looks like everything built. Get them in and see what the deal is. We're out of power again, that's fine for now. We shall build some stuff in. Okay. So we want 10 lines heading across as well. However we do this, let's leave a little gap for them. I would like a series of interconnected tanks somewhere, but they could be on the inputs to each row. That might be my preference, and then we pump into the tank. So at this point we're just trying to line these up with these. And then, yeah, we'll see how they go. One's there and there. Next one is there. Doubt. Oh, that is connected. Okay, good. And that one will be... That's the next one. That is not connected. Okay, so that's there, sure. There, then that's there, and that one will be there. Do the corners. Run these across. Somehow, somewhere. They're not necessarily going to line up there, though. So leave them, yeah, like so. Leave them there for now. Just, yeah, take them away. So do another set of these over here. Are you missing one? Yeah, top row. No. That row. They're there, and they're there, and that's all vaguely in that area for now. Casting machine. So we start in the same place. We know they go either there or like that. Let's say right hand edge. That's enough of a gap, but let's see if we can leave more. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's our 10 columns, which fit fine. More than fine. And we want to go 65 down. Is that the number I ended up on? Yeah. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. I've lost count. How many's that? 64. 65. Okay. Some poles will need upgrading. Let's start from the top. It might be all of them. So we do that one. That's every other pole. Okay. It's very hard to tell. There, yeah. And that one is the last one. Good. And the recipe. Iron ingot this time, not the steel one. So we're not actually going to be inputting coal coke as well, which could have changed the layout potentially, in that they could be one to the right. That won't change anything really. Blacklist to far. The output of all of this is around here somewhere. 0.583 belts, so more than half a belt in total. So if we do half the columns to near and half the columns to far, join them together, I mean, it's as good as anything. It doesn't really matter, I guess. Could just alternate the machines, but that's a bit fiddly. I had to copy paste here. Oh, unless we do far, 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 near, near, near. Sure. Copy enough. That much? Yep. Copy this all the way down. Show how that ends up at the end though. Doesn't matter, doesn't need to be perfectly balanced. Oh, it's just one machine off. That's pretty good. Very good. Okay. And I have forgotten, need a tiny bit of pipe in between each one. Each block of 3, where the power pole is. There we go. Wasn't sure if we needed to like pump the liquid in from both ends. It's not running at the moment, I don't figure, so can't check the steel one to see how it's doing, but maybe it's okay. I think I did pump into them though. Might spoil my plans for pumping into the storage tank, but that's gonna be okay, I think. There are pumps on those lines anyway, so why don't we put a pump on these lines? Because they're not powered. Okay, fine. And they're not going to be powered up here either. Should have started the poles in a different line. Never mind. Could just pump there. Don't like that though. No, we'll see. Put those the other way round. We can pump in and pump out of the storage tanks. Really, I don't know if that pulls it through the pipes before the storage tank. I assume it will. I think that's good. Just like that. And then, you know, like the first line here. If I can line it up okay. That's going to feed into that one. And that's okay, I guess. Not really. We want all 10 lines to also connect so that overflows and underflows can be balanced out. Though it is 10 equal bits into 10 equal bits, so if the inputs are okay, it would be okay, and that, I guess, is the bit we don't know about. The inputs are probably not okay. Let's copy all that. Line it up. The poles need changing, so I'm just going to mark them for removal, then we'll be able to put in the right kind of pole in each case. Kind of enough room to bring these lines together and put them into the left-hand train station. This one here be a shorter belt journey, but generally a longer train journey. Doesn't make much of a difference, I guess. Then I kind of prefer the symmetry of putting it to the bottom. Yeah, I think so. We'll head for the southern train station. I guess we can just connect these. If we do what we did before, so alternate the direction the tanks are facing. We can connect them through their spare ports. And it's something. It is, I guess, connecting them all together in some fashion, even if the throughput in this case is only one pipeline. I don't know if that's enough or not. I don't believe it is, but all being well, it will be enough. Just if all is not well, I guess, is the issue. Bring all these pipelines forward a bit, ready to connect them all up. A bit. Oh, that's not right. Should be like there. It's a bit messy how they are, but you know, whatever. It's a whole ton of pipes around it, it's fine. Okay, so that one is connecting to that one. And that's going to connect to there. Looping, I've got this all good. That's connecting to there. Next one up is there. Coming out okay so far. That one's a little awkward. Join it there. Next one there, and last two. Are there, so hopefully that's good. But, you know, we'll see. When everything's back up and running and everything's being consumed through, we'll get to see things in action and discover if they're okay or not. Run out of white inserters, it's fine. We'll build what we can, free up some inventory space, then go grab them. Good. Not bad going, where are we? Hour and a half to get iron mostly done. Get this build, get the output done by certainly by 2 hours, so get copper done in the second half of the session. Maybe start with something. What is next? I guess refining crude oil is next. Refining, barreling and making it available, and then next session we're going to be setting up like sulfur production, plastic production, lubricant production. Bring things in barrels, send them out in other barrels. Which is interesting actually, I guess. If you bring heavy oil in a barrel and you're sending lubricant out in a barrel, maybe we can just reuse the barrel there and then. If we're clever. Which some days I am. That'll be an interesting one to look at when we get to that. Different for, you know, sulfur. The petroleum comes in a barrel, but the sulfur leaves as its own thing, so you know that won't be an option in that case. Out of belt. Just need to bring it out of my trash storage. I could be doing the belt. Just robots are a bit slow in general, don't I? Bit sleepy today, maybe. No problem. Or maybe, yeah, just not charging them properly has got them needing to charge. But everything hard to tell, I guess, with just the inserters. Looks like it's just the inserters missing. Should have everything else we need to get the machines, and should have enough belt. Gonna need to hope that we have managed to produce some more for setting up the copper. Although if it only needs iron and steel, we can't make iron and steel until we get vulcanite flowing again, which we can only get if we get copper. It's definitely going to take some manual intervention to get this all moving again. Got no vulcanite blocks. Don't know, it's going to be interesting. May have deleted too much between sessions and caused a real problem. We'll see. Moved way too quickly now and upset a lot of the robots. Oh, and I've got no power anyway, so they're going to be upset for a while. Let's do them, bring them in. I'll have to go get some power. Stop off on the nearby corner to get shot with a Tesla coil. %. You good? Yeah, close enough. Get a few more casting machines put in. And the power poles and the pipe. Yeah, we're good on pipe. Good to be, at least. That's interesting. Power poles haven't connected over the middle. They have everywhere else. Just these two columns haven't connected. Oh, and here. Oh, weird. Wonder why they've done that. We don't necessarily need them connected. It just looks very, very weird with them not. So gonna fix that. I mean, we can use satellite mode and just do the wire. That is missing. There's something in the way I copied it or something like that, I don't know. Set the robots and they decided to leave some of the wires out just to bother my nice organisation. Rest looks like it's there. Okay. Let's go get some white inserters so we can actually finish that off properly. My sanity. Probably going to be north a bit. One to the east. Oh yeah, yeah. Down in this split one. Here we are. Get a whole bunch. I guess there's a few hundred machines there, so that should do us. Head back over. Getting all the messages saying nothing's available. Yep. We're going to need to change the request as well, so requesting ingots, not plates, like eventually. But probably get everything set up first, change everything at once. As everything will need changing. It's, you know, fine. Hopefully. Should have enough in the buffers to get all the items and stuff we need in general. How's that not go in? Probably didn't pick up enough to do the copper as well. How many are we doing for that? Copper is in 480 casting machines. Quite a bit less then. 2/3 of the iron. So I think second patch of copper could be necessary. Certainly saw the last session pretty hungry for copper in the rocket related stuff. We'll see. It might, you know, it might be 2/3, but that's more than enough as far as we know. Okay, a few missing pieces. Then we need to plug in the enriched iron into the pyroflux stage. That's across here. Oops. Not up there. Put that in there. Should we balance them? Pull the lines off, probably. So they're not balanced at the moment. 5 to 5, we've got one actually. Could grab the one from the steel, that had a 5 to 5 balance. And then each would get an equal amount, which is preferable. Although the second half will obviously get less, so the pipelines will not be equal. In which case, it doesn't really matter, I guess. And we might as well split off then, like we would from a bus. Not like that though. Well, that's interesting. Each time we're terminating the line, so we'd split off and then push the line in, which is a bit silly really, actually, thinking about it. I think doing a 5 to 5 balance at the start here would make more sense. More than doing that. Let's take a look at the one over here. So can we just grab it? I need that bit as well. Should be good. It's a bit ugly, you know, but is what it is. Unless we can line it up neatly here. Oh, it looks like we We may have adjusted it to fit around a pole at some point. Interesting. Can change how it lines up. You know, fit it around a pole like that and just move the lines. Rather not. I think I would like to just take this pole out of the way. Let's go grab it again. And it will fit. I've missed something, haven't I? Or I didn't rotate it enough. Not sure there. Just probably I need all of that back to that splitter and underground. Yep. Should be pointing that direction. And it should line up there. Good. Unless, yeah, no, that's fine. Let's not worry about it. It's just how it is for that splitter to line up, I guess. That one can plug into there and then everything's fine. Bring these over. And that's all good. They'll get an even amount, or they'll get what they get basically, but at least they can feed between better. Good. Liquid comes out of there, is going up, it's being pumped into those storages, it's coming down, they're all joining down the bottom end. And they are going into one line ultimately, and they're relatively well balanced, though we could fiddle around to make them better, it's just not necessary. So let's do the train station, find the end of it and send that up, and then join them together. Train station down here. Out there, that in there. Extra pole for here for the signals. That's all ready, and then copy paste that over a couple times. And we need to split this from the left. How we usually do. They go into there. Next line comes to here and then splits. Next line goes all the way over here. Splits twice. And then final split there for the last two. There we go. Should split this one line out between all them evenly. And then that's the first tidy spot to come up. That's too early. Okay, never mind them. Try the next one over. That's better. Going to join these. There is. And get things facing the right way. There is good. I can copy all of that, can't I? They're going to be evenly spaced. Perfect. All 10 lines of them join up, run that. Tons of free room here. No need to stress about space this time. And into the station. Let's get this wired up. There, there, there. Into the lights. Grab a bit of green. Good. Configure this like usual. And again, it's going to be on network 1, although, well, we'll see. For now, it's going to be on network 1. This is a reason for it not to be. And it's a provider. Should be fine. One thing we do want to do is move. We just take my inventory, keep it safe. Just need my jetpack fuel. We're going to start dismantling these ones and moving the ingots down into here. Not going to worry too much about making them even or anything. They'll fill up at some point, I guess, and balance out. It's going to take a few flights from the looks of it. Ended up making quite a lot of them previously, I suppose. Which makes sense. We did leave that system running with a bunch of vulcanite at one point. That's fine, tidy this up and then get started on copper. Good going. This would be running if we had sulfur, which we don't. There's nothing stopping us from making sulfur though, we're not reliant on anything else. I suppose we're reliant on steel to make the barrels, but we've got enough barrels in the network and hopefully enough of a buffer on steel. I expect we can do okay. So potentially a faster way, or a way we could do this by setting up a temporary robot network. Rather than me flying back and forth 100 times. What is it, 25k in each, and I'm taking 5k each time, so I've got another 20 trips. It's not bad, actually. Or why don't we do it the old-fashioned way? Get my inventory back. Remember to come back later and tidy this up. Out and in again. Down to the last one. And that's going to come down and feed into the new ones. And we'll come collect this belt again later after it's moved everything. If we remember. We will at some point. But yeah, that can then move itself while we look at the copper. We're going to need more belt for, but let's start. We know we're going to bring it down because that's where the acid is. Do we know? Because they mine at different speeds. So this is 173 across 3.407 belts. 50 machines per belt is another awkward one, I guess. It's the way things are. Those 3 on the left can go together and the 2 on the right. 3 on the right. Oh, there's a few odd ones there. Bring them up and onto that belt. Which is then going to go up and on to join this one. So that's a line. The 3 on the end, so bring that down, over, up, over and down again. Tidy that bit up. So that's 36, that's 37. So they're good. That's 20. Okay, so those 2 lines are 44, they can go together. Good. And those 2 lines? 56. Damn. They can't. That's annoying. How many was this? 40, 44. So we took some off the top. Still wouldn't really get there. Unless we also took some off the top for the others. Which we can. If we reduce those to 50. It's like there. So they're going up and they're going up. Just while I work this out. If we can pull it out of the patch as 4 lines and then do a 4-lane balancer, that is easy. Although it's 5, is it? What have I done wrong here? No, that's correct. Those 2 are being joined. Let's join them. 1, 2, 3, and then these 2 are being joined to make 4. Or up and down again, I guess. Why not? Not there. Next is there. But I guess it's actually 25 per side, which could be an issue here. It's 13 and that's 10. Okay, we're fine. Ish. Close to it. That's all good. So that in total is 44, so only 6 can join that. There's 5 there, so these are going to join here. These are going to join here. It's not amazing, but it should work. Should be good. Tidy up the mess. Then we get 4 lanes out the bottom, which I guess we feed towards the right. And they're going to go down. Do we send them down? Or send them right? What are we doing? Let's take a look at that. It's going to be similar to this, so we probably move them right and send them down. But we don't necessarily need to leave as much space as we did there. It's quite unnecessary. Look at the number for the length of the enrichment. So we are enriching in 52 machines, 51, 52, across 4 belts. So 52, right? 13 per line. 13 per line over 4 belts. So if we know the next thing probably want to be clear of the edge of the patch, so if we were here, that would be 13. So yeah, we're good. Let's turn the corner here. So this balancer is going to be here. Oh, don't have enough underground belt. When did I use all them? No biggie. Grab some in a minute. Take them in. That's fine. They're not actually going to live there. We'll probably bring them down because the acid is here. Could move them over as well then. Could have moved that over. Just because of where the acid is. Yes. Want to move it 2 to the right. Which is going to fill my inventory with copper ore. Never mind. Shove it in the machines soon when they're built. Move that there. We're still going to move the output over so it's not in line with the edge there, but whatever really. Move these over to that point. Possibly back 1. Let's say we go there. Nope, that's wrong. So we go there. Just move that 1 to this end. Vertically. How many rows are we doing? I've forgotten already. It's 52 of them. 4 rows. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's quite a long way to pump that acid up. It's not bad, actually. It's not too bad. We've pumped things further. Just 4 there, and then it's just a bit awkward, really. Would be the inverse of what we have here. So the output will be at the top. Do the enrichment into the smelting, which I guess that's also going to be shorter. And it can output the liquid to the south, which will then feed into casting machines heading north. Okay. Whatever. Put them here. With a gap. So that's the 4 lines. Right. I mean, it's the same as this, isn't it? or in two liquids in, I mean the same two liquids in. So if I were to copy that lot, might not be exactly what I want, but it'll be close. Oh no, because it's not the same length or anything. Never mind. But the distance is good enough. This is enrichment of copper. Ah, I've missed something. I've missed something that we should go back and fix before I forget about it again forever. Need to go pick up some flare stacks. And a crusher. At least one. The iron enrichment is making 35,000 dirty water a minute. 35,000 a minute is 583 a second, so we need 12 flare stacks. At least 12 flare stacks. What are you up to, Mr. Robot? Let's go get flare stacks, crusher, underground belt. Probably something else that I'm forgetting. Check what we've got in our little safekeeping corner. Flare stack, crusher. No underground belt there. Down one. Yep. That should do us for a while. Let's grab some more splitters. Actually, they're a bit low. And we're low-ish on belt. Let's grab what we can, or what we've got. I've got a whole chest. That's good. So yeah, we'll grab what we can. Cool. Okay, so here we've got a big empty space. That's helpful. They're already there. Good. So bring them out to this point. I think one pipeline is okay for this volume. Just join all this together. Maybe pump it into this. Not there. Let's go with one tank. Should be fine. Sure. Let's go with there. Put that pump there. And we can just extend that and line it up. That'll do. Try and pump all that dirty water into that tank. And then have at least 12 flare stacks. So let's do 14 for safety. Sticks. One long line, or some that way and some this way. One long line. 14, in which case, do I want to pump out of that? No, not if I'm pumping into it. That's fine. Just run a straight long line up here. Place some of these poles to get those missing ones powered. Should be okay. Nothing too complicated. And then on the other side, I need bigger power poles on all of them. Each one needs an inserter outputting onto a belt. Missing part of the picture. Unless I happen to have I do, an assembly machine. Excellent. They go into there. I'd like to leave a gap. In fact, why don't I just use a loader? to make landfill from stone. So some of the dirty water, when it's flared off, leaves stone behind. The stone is taken out, turned into landfill, which is quick and easy to crush to the void. If I put that there, and for simplicity, with that gap, we'll just use a couple loaders. Nice and wasteful of us. But yeah, that's good. That'll get rid of the dirty water properly. Stop that from backing up. Okay, back to over here, where I was reminded of that, but it's not exactly what we were working on. Missing underground can be put in, lovely. These are, I mean, it is pretty much the same individual bit, so if I grab that much, that'll help. Or it would if I could see it. Which way round do we want this? I mean, the liquids are coming from the south, so maybe this way round is right. Yeah, fine. That'll go in from there, because that's going to be where the acid is running, and then the water will come in from further over. All good there. They're fine, and there's the output. They're alternating. That's inputting. Good. Now I can copy it again. Change the recipe. We're doing copper here. Yeah, that's under. That's all good. That's all connected. Fine. So if I grab that, pillar to pillar, paste it in on all except for the last one. Okay. The last one is the same as like that one. Don't need that. Don't need that. Do need to connect these. Don't know why they're not. Just the way I copied it, I hope. Yeah, because it's how the end one is connected. Okay, good. Water, acid. Water, acid, physical. And then, yeah, at the front. We are missing a few bits and pieces here. To join the dirty water together. Not sure. There's probably space here to do the same. We'll get these rows copied in and then work that out. Take a look at it. Let's build a bit while I look at the number. It's making 25,555 a minute, which is 9 flare stacks. Sure. And 4 belts output, yeah. Yep. Heading south. They're heading north, so these would be heading south, yeah. Okay, so there. That one joins there. And so on. Like that. So that's 1, and then we push that out to the right to make 2. And again to make 3. And I've lined this up wrong. Never mind. Try again. There's 1. Push that out. Make 2 lines. That one connecting in there. Sure. That one connects in and we've got 3 lines. That one connects in and we've got 4 neat tidy lines heading on to the next phase of whatever. We've run out of all the pipes needed. We'll go grab some more of them in a minute. See what else we run out of first. Everything else looks okay. These built in. Fine. Yeah, they're heading on to wherever. These, shall we join them up? Why not? With ghosts, but still. That's for the acid input, so if we run this line down, we should find some acid. How do we do this? We've done it before here. So it needs to be touching the edge of the black, then it stops in the middle. So we want that to be there, that in the middle, and we'll redo the flooring around it to look pretty at some point. Then touching the black again. Okay. So that's coming out there and the pump is here. It's not ideal. Either we move that over. Oh, I think I'd prefer that, yeah. Okay. Gonna move that over. Bring this up. Let's go the other way around. From there down. And connect. Middle of the train line. And then there. Okay, good. That's connected, yep. Up to there. Do we want another tank here? Just to make sure everything is pumping okay. Should be pumping in equal measure in the two directions. That distance, I don't see that being a problem. I think it can pump okay into all 4 rows from down there through that distance, personally. So I think we're good. Do that, remove that one, and then go underground to that point. Seems good. To there, and then that'll be in a different spot because that's different. Good. Those lines are here, so we can plug them in, but first let me empty my inventory of the scrap I've got. Okay. Those are the inputs, just missing some pipes. That's fine. Expecting to have room over here, so similar deal to this thing. How have we done that? Left the gap. Then it's the pipe, then it's the things heading down, so they should head up. So that lever gap should go to there. Join with that one. That one and that one into a tank. Yep, by going somewhere, somehow. Like that, or that. That, I think. It'll do. Flare stacks are there. We just need 9 this time, so round it up to 10, I guess. Or 12, because that's what I'm carrying. That's not nice, though. Rather do that. Yeah, that's better. And then they can run here. There. Sure. They all need upgrading. No. No, don't like that because they're touching the pole. This side they're not touching the pole. So they're here? Yes, okay. Flip them round. They run there. Inserters on this side, sure, so they... Power pole should be on this side as well. No, something's not right there either. Why am I going crazy about this? I copy that and rotate and flip. Can't flip a fire stack. Okay, helpful. But it's just the alignment. Okay. It's because I'm trying to get that storage tank on the corner rather than being sensible with it. The issue being at one point we'll be trying to insert into the pole, which you can't do, obviously. That'll happen however we do it, so we need to move that storage tank over. No choice. Do that. And we can have them. Moving our assembly machine there, sure. Make the landfill. Get the crusher there. Just need some power. And do the same, whatever, that'll do. When it's connected, it's out of the way as well. Is it? Not really. It could do with being one to the right to be properly out of the way, actually. So... I remove that. Going to be that moving... no, I'm not. Never mind. Cut that, paste it there. Replace the power poles I've just cut away. Right. I think that's good. It's a bit better. Sure, it's a bit better. It's fine. And then, yeah, here's our 4 lines. I would like to just go get the pipe and get this built in rather than carrying on without it done. So we'll just go top up on that and then look at adding the pyroflux to the copper in 96 industrial furnaces. Underground belt. No, underground pipe. Let's grab an excessive amount again. And then I think above ground we got some in the little safekeeping area. That would be a best place to take from. If we do. We do. That'll do. For sure. Okay. No station supplying copper plate in the default network. That means there's still a station requesting on the default network. So there is another one I've missed. And it now wants some copper plate, so... one that I've interfered with. Limited number. We've taken from here. Okay. I've missed this one. It's on the same horizontal, right? And I was working back and forth, so... that could be all of them. We'll see. You see any more notices about the default network then? I've probably missed another one. Get all that built in. I should have a pump in. Yeah, that's how we did it before. That'll do. Rest of these missing pipes done. Plug the water in. So we did that before because we did the water into the acid and then a separate line into the enrichment. So let's get that lined up and ready. That can take the inside line, that's fine, so it's going to be there. There, copy that. That row and that row. Bring this south, which is probably not going to interfere with anything. Can't see us putting anything else here. And that'll be there. into that pump there. Should be good. Need to do the missing pipe all the way down to the tank that will eventually have some acid in it, hopefully. All being well. Let them robots come back in. Okay, look like that's all good for the acid, for the water, for the inputs and outputs. No purple dots. Good. Okay. 4 lines going into 96 furnaces. Have we already rounded down anywhere? No, we've rounded up, actually, which is not going to work, but there we go. Some of them just won't be running at full capacity, that's fine. 96 is a nice number for 4s, so 4 rows of 24. So number out. 4 rows of 24, but it's more like 8 rows for the outputs, which we can do what we just did, I guess. It's fine. 4 rows of 24, but split the pipelines halfway down, sure. Which again, we're not going to be struggling for space on this. But I didn't bring enough industrial furnaces with me. What, I brought enough for both? Crazy? I think I am. 140. Yeah, I don't think I brought enough for that. So we need to go get another 100 industrial furnaces. If I've got space for them, I can make space. Like that. That'll do. I do have 500 casting machines, which is enough. Okay, good. Just get 100 furnaces, which are somewhere up a bit. Yep. There we go. These are going to be similar as well. I wonder if we can copy paste. Maybe. Got the number already though. 4 rows of 29? No, 24. 4 rows of 24 will make the 96. Yep. Which is that many. Rotated. Can't flip a furnace, sure. Maybe that doesn't matter. Looks like it doesn't matter. They go there. The liquid outputs are also coming up, so probably want to move it down 1. That's not going to block the station at the top, so that should be okay. Similar fashion. Yeah, just starting further down because of where the patch is and stuff. That's fine. And it's fine that it's flipped. I can't see an issue with that. That goes in there. Pipes come out here. How do we do the pipes here? They cross the belt. Okay, so having it one up would probably be preferable, even. Yeah. Let us do so. Let's copy an extra one there. That's fine. Change the recipe back to a copper one. And then power poles. There was some reason we wanted the top one to be. Let's do that this time. Every other pole. Change the recipe as we go. I don't have enough medium power poles. We'll need to go grab some. No don't know if it's most people. Many people would have just covered their entire base with a robot network by this point and earlier. Then when you need something, you just request it and eventually it makes it to you, or you leave a blueprint and a construction robot comes and gets it done. It's pretty tempting. Just generally not my style. Not something I'm used to doing, I guess, is the main reason I haven't already done it. One there. Okay. We do need to go get more power poles, but that's fine. That can stop there and there. And then those lines. So it's 24, so when we're 12 up, which is about there, that's going to be in a different spot. Lost and found. Hello. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. 12th machine is the one I'm stood next to, actually. Okay. Push out there. Pump there. The power poles are in the wrong spot. Let's change that. Well, let's go get some more and then we can change it easier. How goes it? Not bad. Not bad at all. Just the usual, you know, Factorio makes your brain itch, but that's fine. Not going bad today. And not doing bad either. How are things with you? Are you doing well? Have a few more of them. Getting through it. Glad to hear that. Okay, try this again, so it'll be that one. Neither way of doing this there is. Create an upgrade planner that changes small to medium and medium to small. Then I can run it from the ones I haven't done, which is the one I'm stood next to, up to there. And that should flip them over, or the robots should now flip them over. And when we get to the pump, it should get powered. Good. That can probably move up. Yep. Just a little bit. Proud of myself. I remembered that the upgrade tool exists. And that it can be useful. That's fine for now. Those two lines are there. That belt's going to be running there. So we want to do the same we did before. Cut out the power poles in the space we're going to be building in. So it's to there. Then we can copy all of that into there. Which actually means those poles can stay. Seems good. We'll have 8 pipelines of molten copper heading towards 480 casting machines. That sounds like a good number. 60 exactly, okay. 8 columns of 60. A bit longer than the others, but hopefully that's okay. Hopefully the molten metal makes it to the last machine. I mean, even if it's not running at 100%, it's going to be producing a ton of ingots. And if it's not producing enough, it's not going to be, you know, 10 or 20 out. It's going to be hundreds. So it would need a whole other patch rather than fiddling with getting perfect efficiency out of this square. Something has gone wrong again. Let's it's not wired up these two lines. I wonder why it does that. It's intriguing. Something to do with how I'm removing and adding the poles back in. Get these done while I've noticed it. I mean, the blueprint made it look like the cable's going to be there, and then it's not. Weird. That one as well. Okay, looks all good now. They're all fine, so just this column to do, which is also missing cables. Guess I'll just, while we're running up, I'll replace them. Quickest way. If I can get them in the right spot. And not miss any. Okay. You think that when you mark a pole for deletion and then unmark it, it doesn't reconnect when others around. Oh, that's interesting. When the other one is removed, so it's quite a specific situation. Like you need to, if I switch the roboport off, remove them and then don't remove. No, that doesn't work. Remove them, but then don't remove that one. No. It's like, yeah, remove them, but don't remove those two. But then put a bunch in without... I don't think I can replicate it on purpose. I'm not quite sure what I'm doing, but I think I understand what you mean, Lost and Found, yeah. The specific case of what I did is a thing that causes it to not do it. Which is fine, they're all good now. So we've made 4 lines here, but we haven't balanced them, so let's do that. And then feed them in to these as the inputs. Enriched in. No pyroflux, completely forgot we need to make that. So we can sort that out next. It's going to happen in this area, which is fine. Question is, do we bother having stuff delivered when it's already being delivered down here? We could just split these lines off and send them under the... with the acid. Don't like it. I also don't like having a warehouse full of stone and pyroflux here, I guess, but I think it is the right way to do it, so we will make a train station here. Which means I need more warehouses. Oh, I think we might be able to get some in the east here. Mark blueprint, then unmark, then do it. Mark blueprint. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think. And yeah, perhaps to do with... Okay. What's helping on this? That has done its job of moving all of them old ingots into place, so we'll clear this out. Let's try and test this again. Switch them off a second. So we mark it. Then we grab some, and it might include medium poles. paste over, mark it, blueprint it, then we unmark, let's say the left-hand edge, then we switch them back on. Slightly different somehow, because they were okay. Might just be the scale of it, as in there's more than 3 rows of it. It's interesting. I'm intrigued by it, but it's not important at all. Go and connect that back up properly. And these have got some iron ingots, which may or may not help us kickstart things. I'm going to guess may not, because it's more of a copper issue, I think. We'll see. That has given me a couple extra warehouses. Should be just enough to finish this off. Here we're going to be unloading. This is kind of the same as below. Similar. Can I copy much of this or any of this? Copy that much, that helps. Do on the right, I guess, don't I? We usually use the left-hand edge. We haven't here. Is there anywhere else where we're unloading in the south? No, just loading. Anywhere down here? They're all loading. Never mind then. I'll go with this. And then grab that for there. Yep. And we'll want blueprint them. One of them and one of them. And a whole bunch of them. There we go. Could be a map operation bug. Or more variables. Yeah. Yeah, don't know. Whether it's a bug or intended or what have you, don't know, but it's going to happen whenever I do whatever it is I'm doing. So knowing what it is nice and interesting, but it's still going to happen, so just going to have to live with it, I guess. These should go, doesn't really matter, they can go to the right, it's fine. Yeah, doesn't really matter at all. That would be there. That'll go under to there. It's in the way. To there, and that's the first one. They're all connected, they're all configured, but they just need wiring properly. Get the red to there, into the light, and then front of that one to the back of these, which are connected to each other but not between. There we go. And then greens, each individual one. Should be good. Should be fine to go then. Can I copy paste those settings? Yeah, as long as I remove the sulfur, which we don't have, so that won't have requested any. That's fine. Just going to bring those two again when we've got them. And then we're going to do the same thing we did here, I guess. Get the pulverizer on this edge with some power. Load the stone into it. There. Guess we can do it slightly differently because the angle is different. Bring that out there. There's your joined belt. This time the pyroflux is 7 chemical plants, which we can put here, I guess. Making that with input. It's fast enough, right? I mean, that's what we've done everywhere. Every 2 seconds it needs to grab and insert twice. Should be okay. And then liquid pyroflux coming out this side to there, feeding all the way down here. Okay. Let's bring them up to a combined point, say there. One more. There, so that's the 4 inputs. Here's the pyroflux, so they're kind of in line. Could nudge that around a bit, but I think that just lines up nicely. The issue being I'd like a tank in there for it. Just arbitrarily put one somewhere on the end there. Something. It's not great though, don't love it. There's no other good way of doing that, is there? Other than moving it left or right. Having 2 tanks, which I also don't like. It does kind of solve the problem. Yeah, we'll allow it. That needs its recipe setting to sand. This, I would like to know why no stone has been delivered yet. It's all connected, it's all wired. Signals are empty. It's because I haven't wired that into the light. Now we should get some stone. Yes, there we go. Okay, that's fine. My fault. Good. They're making the pyroflux. Pyroflux is coming this way. Adding with the enriched copper, making the molten copper in 8 lines coming out the south end. Right? Yes, good. Which is actually going to make a mess here. I do want to move this over. Because they're going to be here somewhere in this general area. So I would like to bring the pyroflux around the outside of that. Which gives me an opportunity to put the tank in differently. There. No. There. There. Move all that forward one. Then it'll line up very nicely. Okay. That'll do. Let's run that up this way instead of that. Into the end of there. That'll be fine. Reduce it, move it that way, send it there into the tank. Do we want to pump that? Probably I would like to pump it into the tank. Though we're probably going to need to grab some more pumps to move this molten copper around, we'll see. So similar to how we did before, all being well, we'll have one there. One there. No, that's wrong. Next one is here. Okay. Just line those up so I've got something to measure against. Next one is here. means the next one will be next to it. We know it lines up with that, okay. Sure. Next one would be all the way back here. Keep it tidy, we can put it there. And with that way, and that way, good. Tidy them up. There and there. Sure. There and there, and then there. So those are the 2, 4, 6. No, missing them ones. Those are the 8 lines. And I guess we're going to do the same as we did here, and it should be very similar. Instead of 10, there's only 8, and the length was 60. 860s are 480 ES. I copy that down to 480 machines. There. I need to change some of the power poles, but that's okay. Can deal with that. I can line it up right. There would be good. No, the tanks at the top are unhappy. Something isn't right with the poles. I need to zoom in and see this. Poles are there. Yeah. So yeah, one row blue, one row red. That is good. Could move it up one. Just kind of want to see the top, which means, okay, we're a long way from the end. So there-ish would be okay. But I've got out of line. There we go. Let's go with there. Good. Not manually change the poles. Does it matter which? Don't think so. So go there. Need to do? Yeah, I do. Every single column. Might be easy to build everything in first, then change them, and then change all the recipes as well, and not forget that. Let's plug in the ends. Why not? Bring them out. What's there? Onto there. See that that's lined up. That's not right. It should be forward one. Once they've turned the corner. That's better. Okay. One's there. That's going to be... No, something's gone wrong there as well. That should be forward one. There we go. That's to there. Good. He's just going to need a few to bring them forward. Not sure if these, yeah, might need some kind of pump somewhere. Oh, we've got them there, I guess, into the machines, which I'm not sure that even works, but it's a pump, so it might help the whole process. The machine's just like a fluid box. It might not really be pumping. It's only got to go one square. Not confident that's the way to do it, but still. One's there. And the last one. to there. Good. Fill in all the corners with the above ground bit. Okay, there's the inputs. I need to get more pumps. Okay, let's build a bunch of it out, and then we can deal with what's missing and what needs doing and what have you. Actually, before we get all that done, while they're doing a chunk of it, we are almost 3 hours in and I haven't taken a break yet, so it would be a good idea if I just took 5 minutes to stretch the legs and give the brain a bit of a rest, top the drink up and all the usual bits and pieces. Do consider doing the same kind of thing if you've been sat down as long as I have. Not too bad so far, actually, for almost 3 hours in. Iron is set up and I think it's all good. Copper is pretty much almost there. We just got this last stage, the casting, then the train station. Then we can do a bit of petrochemical work. We'll do the refining of the crude oil in the Far East and barreling and connecting that into the network. If that's done, we could set up sulfur, as it keeps asking for it. And after sulfur, I guess plastic would be needed as well. They could be done together. This square is pretty good for that, because we could just use the coal that's here for the plastic rather than delivering any in. Potentially, depending on how much we needed. That's a plan. Well, I'm not sure how much of that will get done. I'll do another couple of hours after the break, but we'll certainly do the refining. Start the refining in the square in the east there. It's got the best patch. And finish off the copper as well, for sure. So yeah, I'll just be 5 minutes, like usual, and then we'll carry on with these little bits and pieces. I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back from the break. Let's get more of this built in. Routine in the break has changed in a very weird way recently, with sun setting at different times and stuff. I'm now opening curtains rather than closing them, and everything's back to front. Can't get used to it. It's been very sunny lately, so sometimes difficult to control the lighting in here. Not that it really matters, but does mean I close a few things that I can then open up at this point now that the sun's moved round and enjoy some of the sunlight. A little bit, not too much. Need to go grab more white inserters. Thought we would need to. Does make sense. Just a few hundred more needed. Everything else going to be okay. Pipework should be. Should have enough medium poles there to finish the job. Hopefully. We need quite a few. We'll see. We'll do them before we head back and get the inserters in. Just in case we do. And the pumps. Let's figure that when we go. Okay. Get these guys inside again. Let's do the poles then. So every other row. Is that right? It's done that one, not that one. If I do that one, it doesn't reach those. No? Okay. Yeah, so everyone. Quite a lot of overlap there. Never mind. Wouldn't really matter. Done that one yet, so that one. Go the other way up. Would this have been aligned to the other side? These are left of the pole. These are right of the pole. Okay, so it is different. Might be what's... Something has felt a bit different. Which is fine. Does that mean down here? No, it's still every pole here. Yeah, okay. Fine. We shall keep doing it then. Skip one and there. That's the last row then. Good. And we'll bring all that together and stuff in a minute. We might need more stuff for that as well. Let's just generally go top up on stuff then, I guess. We did have enough poles, but we... oh, robot's trying to do something. There we go. Pumps, white inserters, and then, yeah, some more belt would be a good idea. Some more loaders. Let's go to our little safekeeping corner first, see what we got there. Should have the pumps there, definitely. I've gone too north again already. Yeah, here we are. We want a stack of them. Plenty of that, plenty of those. Is that it? No, need some warehouses. That'll be enough for now. Splitters are kind of okay, so that's generally okay. Regular old belt. It's not making any more because we're out of iron plate. Okay, that's all we've got to get things up and running again then. Bunch more loaders, that'll help. And then some white inserters. At least that many for what we're doing, and then some extras. And that should do us for now. Finish this square off. We can get belt back up and running if we just flip the connection over to ingots instead of plate, because we have some ingots ready. So, you know, it'll be something. But we're not making any fresh ingots at the moment. Which is interesting. It is that kind of got no redundancy. If we stop making vulcanite blocks for whatever reason, for example the vulcanite isn't flowing, then we stop getting raw material to do anything. So I wonder if we should have left some of the old stuff connected. I don't want to juggle plates and ingots everywhere. It's just awkward. The whole plate and ingot situation is awkward. I don't think it's a great solution for the desire for more efficiency stages. Yeah, not a huge fan at the moment. We'll see if it works out okay in the end. Be interesting. I mean, our buffers are kind of big enough that I hope we would notice quick enough and kind of fix the issue before it completely ran out, but I don't know if that would be possible. Anyhow, let's get this train station set up. We're going to combine them, run them down and in. It's going to fit pretty nicely actually from the looks of where it is. I think we can run them to the right. A little bit more than that. There we go. And that's the last one, so that'll go like that. Over to here and up. Maybe not. We'll see. And then that way. In on that edge. So the first splitter is there. Then that one. Put these in so I can see what I'm doing. Or trying to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's good. That one goes there. Yeah, this one goes here. And that one to there. It's the last one. Wish they wouldn't fast replace the loaders. Can be changed, I guess. Modified the mod. Which means that line's a bit out of place. We'd rather come in here if we can. Which I think we can. Give it a go. Yeah, that's fine. Turn there. After that inserter, all joined. Line goes this way. Do need to change this recipe, which I knew I'd forget. We should be able to do this row and then copy paste it, I think. Grab just the machines. Yeah, nice. Click it on top of each of them rows, columns. Yep, there we go. Good. They're set to copper now. So that's all the copper plugged in, I think. The molten comes out of there and into there. We already checked all that's in the right spot. Just need the sulfuric acid being made. And we'll start making these things, I guess, which means we just need sulfur. Southbound, I guess, needs configuring. Let's do that. And then the copper ingots would be available. If there were any. Don't forget the green one this time. Good. This is the usual settings here. Put it onto network 1. And it's a provider. Good. Not bad going actually. 3 and a bit hours in. We've got the iron and the copper laid back out nice and neat, nice and tidy. Fits in good. All the stages, including clearing up the dirty water. Acid being made there. Should be getting iron. Yeah, good. And water. Yeah. Just need sulfur, which we can work on next. Absolutely. Not happy with that actually. Plan. Let me get rid of the K50 plan because we just planned them together, which apparently we use the AND symbol when we do that. Good. 50 plus, yeah, that's fine. Okay, I mean, let's head over to 049 then and start refining this crude oil, barreling it, and getting it into places. Should be interesting. So we, just back of my mind thinks we're not finished here, but we are. Yeah, we are. We're good. That's great. Actually, really good. So we need to use all 4 train stations here. One's going to deliver in empty barrels. We're going to refine the oil into its 3 parts and barrel up the 3 different parts. Sending 1 to each station. So, you know, petrol to the east, light oil to the north, heavy oil to the west in barrels. Ideally, when the let's say heavy oil output is full, like that train station is full of barreled heavy oil, we start cracking heavy oil down into light, and then when the light is full we start cracking it down into petrol, and if the petrol is full we get rid of it, we flare stack it. Alternatively, when the heavy oil is full we just flare stack it, but that's not what we really want to be doing because it's wasteful. The oil is finite in the way we have things configured. There's 35 million oil there, that's it, which is a lot, but that is it. Don't particularly want to just flare it all off infinitely, but then when we crack it down, yes, we crack it down, but then we flare it off if it reaches the bottom point and that's full. So it's kind of irrelevant and a lot easier if we don't crack, like a lot simpler if we just don't. So I'm kind of tempted to do that. We just refine it into its 3 parts, barrel the 3 parts up and flare off anything that's, you know, when the storage is full. Could increase the buffer space. Have a bunch of spare warehouses with extra storage, just to be slightly less wasteful, maybe. We'll see. I mean, step 1, clear out the stuff in my inventory we don't need anymore, and grab refineries and pump jacks instead. Go set that stage up. See where we end up. Maybe some of the stuff to make train stations as well. So yeah, anything I don't need. We got spare furnaces and casting machines. Kind of need, potentially need all that. Crusher, shouldn't need. Potentially need that. We can come back for chemical plants when it's time. Assembly machines as well. Helped that we had it on us, but we don't need it. Probably carrying more poles than we need. This are the ones I guess we've replaced. Where we upgraded them, we end up with a bunch. Cut that back. That's all good. Way more inserters than we need right now, but never mind, just grab them. Belt, we can use it up. So yeah, let's grab a bunch. We'll make some train stations, which will need more loaders, so we'll deal with that when we get there. Then we need how many pump jacks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 34, I think. Let's take 35 because I might have been one off. Let's take 40 because that's 2 stacks. Don't know how many refineries that is. Let's take like a crazy amount, and then we can bring the spares back after we've done that phase. Do we want to? Yeah, we might need more belt. It looks like enough for what we're doing specifically now, but we might need more belt very soon. So I think we should connect in the iron ingot supply now. So that is all of these lines will now just be the one on this side, because it doesn't really matter what side. I can do that now, can't I? Right hand side, in theory. Could move them all around, like all of them, and it would be here instead. Yeah, I think I'd like that. No, that doesn't work, because it's not going to the right there, it's doing it down here. So it would need to be here, is an option. Kind of like... Okay, let's do that then. It's going to be over there, so that's going to go under. They won't be there, but this one will. Is that right? Something's not right here, no. There's 2 iron ingot inputs, okay. Fine, so that needs to come back and have a split. Rarity left. Then the second one is here. Nope, lost that. Second one is there. That's going under again. Try and get that steel plate fed back in. But that will be there at this point. Yep. Bit of a mess up here, I guess, turning the 7 back into 1 leaves. But it needs the gap. Just a bit of a mess. That is going this way round now. Connecting into each of these. Good. Through there. A few more of that come away, and then these go under. Can't go all the way there. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine there. And they're going to join up with these ones. Good, which restores the iron plate lines running down there. That's all good. And that's all lined up ready. Just want to... This steel ground into the outputs of here. Good. And then make sure that's plugged in properly. That line will be running alongside this one. Ultimately. Which this is going to give me a whole bunch of belt, actually. Tearing all this up in a second. These don't need to go so far to the left anymore, really, but I mean, they're there, so there you go. That'll be that line there. Might leave these and tear them out in a bit when I've got more inventory space. Just take these away for now. So it's just going to be the one. Oh, is it? Is it 1? What square are we in? N52. N52? Or N? No, N52. Yeah. Down here, belts. Yeah, 0.674 of a belt. Yep, it's turning that into 1, which could go closer. We move that to there. I think we should. Is that all good? Looks all good. Doesn't really need the priorities on these, I guess. Reset them, why not? Keeps it a bit prettier. Consistent. And that there, okay, yeah, so we'll tear that out when I've got more inventory space, but that's good. The iron ingots will go up that way, down there, split into 2 there, and the outputs of them join the rows. Good. So down here, we're going to change the request. Instead of 16 iron plate, we're going to ask for 8 iron ingot. Going to change this to assess the iron ingot instead, and that to output the iron ingot instead. Copy that to all of the warehouses. And we'll be good. It will make more belt while we're away. Hopefully. Some, you know, until we go through the backlog of iron ingots that we've got. But that's good. That's a positive thing. We shall keep heading east now with our pump jacks. Get these set up. Not that far east. South 2 squares. Okay. Need to sort out this uranium at some point as well. We'll do that sooner. Soonish. Okay, so we're going to need to remove some of the power poles that are blocking the ways. Get them repowered after. I'm pointing them all south. I don't really know which direction will be correct in the end, but we'll try south for now. Quite a few poles in the way, okay. Is that all the patches? Yes. I've got 6 left, so it was 34. Completely forgotten by now how many they're doing. We looked it up so many times. What each pump does per second, or... What I remember, it's not in the factory planner. That'll do, they're covered. Was it? It's like mining speed of 2 per second, it actually means 20 or something like that? Might be a lengthy Google again. What's square is this? 049. 9. Okay. And I guess we don't really know what I'm making here. We go with petroleum as the end product from, I guess we'll use advanced oil processing. I don't actually know what like ratio we're consuming things in. Do the crude, we end up with a lot more heavy, which I don't know. Let's do advanced. It's more advanced. And then, so the ingredients, crude oil. Here you can't put from the ground. Bio sludge, no. No, we cannot. Core fragment or emptying barrels. Interesting. Might have to watch back one of my earlier videos where we get to the conclusion on what we're supposed to be doing. did we say? I think it was like 20 per second. It was either 20 or 40 maybe. If each pump was, let's say 20 now, we can double it. 34. We currently have 30% productivity. It's going to go up, but there you go. That would be 884 per second. 53,000 a minute. Which is a little less than that. A little less than that. Around there. 16,000 petroleum with 10,000 heavy oil and 37,000 light oil. Fine. Which I guess, silly me, it's not petrol that we're making. It's a barrel of petrol. Which, so 16,000. 15 each barrel, 320. Let's do that, let's remove that. Put the petrol in from advanced oil, there we go. From the 53,000 that I think it is. I am going to have to look that up again, aren't I? Yes, I am. Oil per pump jack per second is 10 by the yield per second. Yeah. Right. And the yield here is the 2 per second, right? No. The yield is 100%. No. I think the yield is the 20. Not usage. Can I get it through here? Yes. The yield is the 20 per second. Pump jack has 2 times speed, so it's 40. It is, yeah. 1 crude oil every second makes 20 crude oil, but that is half of a pump jack. So a pump jack is making 40 crude oil per second, which is double what I've put here. Ish, but that's a little less than that. Let's do the math again. 34 pump jacks by 40 per second, 81,600. So it's a lot less than that. Do that again. 34 pump jacks. Each is pumping out 40 crude per second. 60 seconds in a minute, 81,600 per minute. A little less than that. 81,666, that's fine. It's 490 barrels of petrol per minute, which will also make this much heavy and light oil, which I'd kind of like to add if we can get this to work. Heavy or light oil barrel, there we go. Whatever, any number for now. Heavy oil barrel, yeah. So it's light oil 57166. So we're expecting 1143. It hasn't quite joined them. Do I just need to move that up? Yes. Then heavy oil 16333. 326.66. Will that help? No, it still leaves a tiny little leftover. Although we could try and round them up. That'll leave us with the others in byproducts. Sure, that's whatever. what was it, 1140-ish, and 325, somewhere around that number. Yep, that's fine. So that's roughly what we'll be making. We'll need 69 oil refineries, 1 machine barreling up the heavy oil, 4 machines barreling up the light oil, and 2 machines barreling up the petroleum. It's a lot of barrels, but it is a lot of barrels actually. How many did we get on a train? It's 10 in a stack, 40 stacks, 8 wagons, 3,200 per train. That's going to be okay, I think. I think that's going to be okay. Main thing being, if we don't need the 57,000 light oil because we've got very few uses for it. Fuel blocks, I think, is the only real thing we were doing before. From what I remember. Might be in rocket fuel. Yeah, rocket fuel, okay. Which we are going to need a lot of. Do we want to crack it down is the question. Do we want to factor that in? Having the ability here. Otherwise it's a pretty small square. It's not really doing much. It's the right thing to do to crack it down. It does complicate things. I mean, let's just say theoretical. We want to turn 57,000 light oil into petrol. Petrol barrels or petrol? Let's go barrels just so I can see at the end stage as well. From cracking light oil. How much? 57,000. Less than that. A little bit more than that. There. It's more petrol than we're getting from there. 64 chemical plants. It's not crazy. The amount of liquid is maybe 2 pipelines. Probably 1 would be okay. 2 just to be safe. My guess of crude oil probably doing 2 lines or more. Interesting. And then add 2 and a bit more machines, so 4 machines to do the barreling instead. It's the right thing to do. And then a really long control cable, I guess, somehow to stop them somehow. Some input pumps that we stop only enable the cracking if the light oil barreled storage is full. I think we should. So we're going to need multiple sub-factories here. I don't think I can put all this on one page. Certainly not without really confusing myself. So I'm going to name that light oil cracking. We'll have 049 heavy oil crack first, because that's going to change the numbers. So we've got 16,250 heavy oil that we want to turn into barreled light oil, just so we can see that number. Where's that? Barreled light oil was that one. 16,250. It's going to need more and more barrels the more we do this. It's theoretical though. Won't need it all at the same time. If we're cracking down the heavy oil, we don't need to barrel heavy oil. We're using those barrels for light oil instead. So it could be okay. Cracking, I've got the number again, 16,250, so quite a little bit. That is fine, because of rounding up. 14 machines doing that, and then 1 extra to the light oil barreling, and then it's adding another 12,000 to this, so we're looking for 69,000. There we go. That's a lot more of them. Okay. Fine. I think we do it. I think it's the right thing to do, so we do it. We go for it. Step 1. 70 refineries-ish. Yeah, I don't know how many lines though. What about 68 refineries over 4 lines? 17 refineries per line. Okay. Need all the areas kept clear. I think we do underneath, then cracking in the left, and heavy oil goes out the bottom, light oil out the middle, petrol out the top, barrels come in the east. Vague idea at the moment. So yes, run the pipes south. Can run them into barrels in 4 lines and then out of the barrels in 4 lines as well. Kind of. This is the thing I don't like, isn't it? Where it'd be like this. There'll be 2 lines between them, not 4. 4 lines in the top, 4 lines out the bottom, and some balance between them should be fine. Can't see there being an issue. So if I do want to divide this by 4, 17, 8 or 9 each section. Let's go leftwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. No, that's great. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Seven, 8, 9. Sure, it's not great actually. I don't like that. Don't like that a lot. Let's turn them around. They're going to go somewhere else. Means they're going to face down. One, two, three, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. No. Okay. Turn that around as well. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we'll go with that. So that one and this one. They're all joined, and then we're just going to take that line, I guess, here. Feed it into the first. That's not ideal. Go with that. Okay, it's going into that side. It's going to fill that up pretty quickly. So we've got 1, 2, 3. So down here, I guess? No, a little further over. Let's go in there. One, 2, 3. Yep. 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Can't. Yeah. Okay. Then that to feed into here somehow. There would be better. That's all good. Just make sure they're all plugged in properly. That one's not running. Just, yeah, it's backed up. Everything's full. Ah, because of that. There we go. That's the bit I've missed. Down the bottom there. Good. Okay. I might put that one into them as well, just because it lines up so nicely. next set. That one doesn't fit so good. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 and 6. That doesn't look good either. Go that way then. 5 and 6, 7, 8 and 9 there. Good. That's really, yeah, not a great spot for lining up. So we went to there. Join that into the middle here. That'll be fine. As long as I remember that piece. And then into... interesting. There, but I want to go into this one as well. Guess we're going to do that. Come over for these last... should be 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, good. Just need to join them all together. And turn that around. None of them are great either. Send that to there. And then, yeah, bring the whole lot over, I guess. That to there, and that. It's got a pole in the way, damn. We'll go up there, it's fine. Join that. Then join that to there. Should all flow okay, I'm sure. Just got to connect that into there. And everything is connected into the now full initial storage, which can have 4 lines pull off from it. But I've already forgotten. Going to round down ever so slightly. 17 4s. Or 4 17s or whatever. Is there okay? Got to get the water in as well, so let's go there. 2, 3, 4. And 1 more. That is 17. Takes up quite a bit more space than I thought. Don't like it. I'm going to say rotate it. So we're going, say, there. How's that? That potentially is blocking the bottom station, but it'll probably be okay. So we're going to have 4 rows like that. Got to get the water in as well. Sure. Then we're going to join the outputs somehow, somewhere. No, still not good. Not great, just a bit long. Join them up there, then heavy oil can go up, be cracked. Just splits the space a bit too much if they're too central. They need to be on an edge. Could be halfway through that, forward and up a bit. These can be changed and turned and redirected. That's an option. Not an easy one. Also, that can go there because that's gone underground, so I'd rather do that. Can move it up 1. If that's going to make a difference, which it might. It's just, yeah, running the water, I kind of guess I was thinking of being here, but it could be down the bottom. And then running the outputs would also have to go down the bottom, which not great. I think we move it forward a bit and up 1. So how about there? Or there would have the outputs be where I'm looking here. Let's try that. So 1, Definitely going to need gaps. 2, 3, 4. Gather the outputs at the top. Do heavy oil and cracking, and then light oil and cracking, and petrol out the bottom. Could be okay. Could be okay. This is advanced oil, which I don't think the inputs and outputs really matter because of how we're going to have it spread out. Gonna need a lot more pipe than what I brought, that's for sure. But that's fine. We'll see. I think we'll probably just get the refining sorted today. Don't know, it might be quick, and then we can start on the cracking. We'll see. Good. Kind of imagining there being a bunch of big tanks up here with the different things in that feed all over. Not sure. Start with the easy stuff. We're going to run 4 lines out of here, 1 for each row, which actually there's not really enough space to do those. I was imagining them running the other way, but they're not. Well, that's interesting, because I initially had them facing the other direction. There's a lot of space in the east that isn't being used at this point, because the barrels are just being delivered in here and then redirected. Move the whole thing down into there, squish it in, and then I don't think it's necessary. No, I don't think that's necessary. I think we're good here. We just need to sort out how we're doing this. So number 1 would go to the last row. Number 2 would go to the next one. Then number 3 is not really lining up neatly, but it can go under, I guess, or I assume it will be able to. And then the last one is going in here. That'll be there. That'll be an under, but that'll be above ground. Should be okay. It's just getting, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of pipelines to overlap. There's an issue there as well. So we can't join them. I mean, we can, and they'll just mix. Might not be the end of the world. I think I'd rather not. So that one will be there, and this one will pull from this side, which I guess was an option all along. Let's go to there. It might get in the way of other things more, but we'll see. Might not, you know. That's all good. So that could move up 1. Not that it matters. Just need to remove that. It's no longer in use. That's all good. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just run that to there. Plug it in. Good. The water, this stage, 40,000 fluid a minute. It's 1 pump. 0.54. Is it 1 line or 2? Probably 1 if it's 1 pump. Might run 2 just for the sake of it though. Southeast pond, 2 into this, and then southwest pond can be used for cracking. Fine. Let's get all the missing bits done here though. Just get the thing. Looks like that. Paste it onto all of them. Get the missing bits put onto there. We paste that a few times, I guess. And copy paste that again. But not too many times. There we go. Get all that connected. That's petrol. Not petrol, crude oil. plugged into all of them. And I've run out of underground pipelines, of course. Then the water. Want to keep things as tight as we can, I guess. So they'll be like that. It's not the button I was after. There we go. It's an undo button though. There we go. Helpful. Yeah, so the outputs also have as much space as possible. We want to keep the inputs as tight as we can, as long as they work. We'll be fine. So down here, just come out a little bit. Again, keep things as tight as we can. A tank there. Those two. Then a tank back here. Or those two. Which I don't know actually how to run them. Just take them east. Take that one next to it. We'll line them up to keep it vaguely organised or something as it heads this way. And then we're going to, plug in here and then turn them around and whatever. That one under to there. 1, 2 and there, yep, that's good. That'll be good once we get the underground pipe and plug that in properly. The water will be connected, so then let's look at the outputs. What did I say? Which is going where? Heavy's going up the furthest. I mean, petrol could even go the other direction, potentially. Just want to get to, that's which doesn't really matter for this sake. Just join them, deal with where they're going after. And there, copy that. Copy all that for the first rows. And copy all that. Each of the others. Good, just take out the end ones. Nope, that stays there. That and that. Oh, that one, good. Let's go get some underground underground pipe, so I'm not fiddling with the ghosts and causing myself troubles. Don't think there's any in the safe area, so... Oh, one other thing. Yes, that is 68. We can put back the refineries we didn't use. Where is our safe area? Have I gone the wrong way? Yeah. Further north. Next one up? Maybe? Yes. Okay. Unused refineries. Unused pump jacks. Plenty of them. Good. We needed... they're not hit. The underground pipe. And some above ground, actually. That is there. had more of it, but still not enough. Probably soon need to plug in the iron ingots to this area so that we can keep making pipe. That is there, so we'll take the rest of that. Anything else? Probably, but I can't think. We're good for now. We'll come back for the chemical plants to do the cracking with in the future. South from here. Yeah, I haven't really clocked, I guess, where we are down in the southeast. Quite far away, really. Okay. Let the robots build all this in, I guess. The stuff that we've placed so far, and then, yeah. Yeah, see, they need or want recharging already. Was that just because they had nothing to do, maybe? Interesting. They're working now, pretty fast. Nice and fast. Good. Okay, that's all good. Let's do this line that brings the water in. Or I am prone to forget it. There we go. We have water. And we have oil. Therefore, we are cracking. Refining. Yes. Cool. Not that that's something terribly new and exciting, but nice to be doing. I think next I'd like to put the train stations into place just so we can kind of line things up. Have an idea where to put each element. Let's probably do that. See how far we get. Maybe go grab some of the assembly machines that are going to do the actual barreling. Slowly run north and let these guys recharge. In case it matters. Oh, no steel ingot found. We run out? We have. Used up everything that was in that buffer of steel. Concerning. All went pretty quick. So that means no more things that need steel. It's going to be outbound. Which you can't do that way around. Sped up. All there, extra constant combinator there. Let's wire them up, why not? Shouldn't do much at the moment as there's nothing to get from here. But this is all the usual. Including putting it on network 1. Yeah. And it's a provider. Did I wire it? Yeah, I did. Good. Okay, then I think we're going to be coming from the left, I assume. So the heavy oil is going to join somewhere, head north into some kind of tank, probably on the corner, probably quite far up actually. The cracking will be in the northwest, and yeah, I think, well, it depends how long that line of cracking is. There's 14 plants, so yeah, it's going to be, we can load from the left. That'll probably do best. Have these coming from this direction. Good. And barrels, heavy oil on that line. Which, yeah, we don't have the machinery on us to be doing. I just place some ghosts down. So heavy oil is one machine doing the barreling, and we can't make more. So it's always going to be just one machine doing the barreling, which is fine. Put that there. So barrels going to be big long belts covered in empty barrels, I guess. They'll probably unload in the east, head north across to this one, keep going, head down to other ones down here, and so on, I guess. But there's fine. Loader in, loader out. Or maybe even closer, actually. There, for example. Loader in, loader out. Can go into that side of the splitter, does the same thing. That's the line of empty barrels running around the place. And then I don't have them on me either, but chemical plants around here somewhere. So yeah, let's this will have an input from a set of tanks. That might as well sit there. In which case, yep, this one. This is the line of heavy oil coming out of the refineries. And it will be a line. Yeah, because it's only 16,000, so the heavy oil is going to be fine like that. Let's just bring them out to a clear run and join them all up. Nice, it's out of the way. I probably will want a pump somewhere. It's quite a long line. I want to make sure things get where they belong. Is it going to pump from this end or into the tank maybe? It's not, I don't know, I guess I should do more research on how the pumps work, whether they pull or push or both, or... But I mean, seems as good a place as any to put it there, and it'll pull the line behind it in. But it could be wrong, they might only... don't know. We'll see. If it doesn't work, then there you go, but I think that'll be fine. That's going to pump there, and then a line will come off that tank to do the cracking with, which will then feed down... I don't know, into tanks over here, I guess. So we'll load the west one from the north. Let's get that into place, might as well. Can I do a cheeky copy paste of that much? Flip, yeah, from the north, good. No, I can't. Or I can do that and then we'll just adjust ever so slightly around those poles. Those will go there instead. Move the excess poles that the bots are putting down. Good. And yeah, we'll load that in from the top there. Get this wired while we're here. Line is joining them. Put that to there. Green wire from there to there. I could probably copy paste this, can't I? It's the same settings as up here. There we go. And then the light oil, it's 3 and a bit plus the 0.64 from here as well, so it's still 4 machines. Very little extra light oil is made from the cracking, but could be some if they're all going full pace. Yeah, but still just 4 machines. Which, why not do the same? So they'll have inputs there. Possibly from multiple lines. That might be interesting. Connect like so. Something's not quite right there. Or there. Good. We can join them. We'll probably have, yeah, 2 lines. What is it? 12k is going to come in from somewhere. And then how we spread that, we'll work that out later, but they're there for an example, I guess. And then these will be here. Loader in the empty barrel. Loader out. This is a bit different actually, because they need to join. That's going to be one further down, which doesn't work. Okay. Just move everything over one. Leave this line not being quite square. Could move this back one as well to be consistent. Sure. Do that, tidy that up a bit. They're all going to be joining the existing line, but that's not going to quite wiggle right, so that should probably be that way round. But forward one. They're going to join like so. That one doesn't need one. And that's just going to go into there. Good. Should do the job. Let's run this line because it, it draws a border on where things can go. It can be moved over if we need to make space. We can just arbitrarily move it to the left. That's fine. A little bit of a wiggle, but if we don't have to, we won't. So all of this, I just wanted to move back one. It's upgrading that. That's fine to not move all them. No issue with that. That'll be running there now instead. That'll run into that now because it can. Replace the missing poles, and we're good on that front. Right as well, run this over while we're here, join them up. There we go, perfect. So that'll barrel those 2 up. This is going to keep going down again just to mark like a border. Put that in. Don't know if it's going to fit in the same space or what. What was the number on this one anyway? 77. It's not that many chemical plants. They're relatively small, so it could be okay. And how many machines? 2.45 and 1.31. So 4 machines here as well. Yeah. Okay. I just copy the whole lot. Will it fit? Yes. Nice. Pretty good. That'll go there. That won't run on, so we want to keep sending it in a giant circle. It's already pretty big, but that'll be the last one using empty barrels, and then it should back up and everything. This will run this way until it joins that one. And then that'll barrel up the petrol, which, yeah, some of it could just run down and into those tanks immediately. Sure. It's just, yeah, we'll see. Could be good. And then, yeah, we need to come down here and remove those power poles that I don't know why they're there. And put in the stuff that should be there. Seems good. Just need to get the actual machines to do the barreling, obviously. And do the cracking and connect that up and control that properly. Run all the lines in the right places. It's all good though. Fitting together quite nicely. Might just keep pushing and get this done today. Finish this square off and then we can have all that stuff available in the next session, which will be nice. And we'll go a little longer, I think, to get this done. Wire that in and connect it. Wire that in green. And then go copy paste the settings because it'll be the same again. Just a provider on network 1. Remove that pole. Good. Okay. I've run out of tanks. Okay. We'll grab them in a bit. So if petrol does come down, say to there, the amount being generated at this point is 24,000 petrol. That can be one line. I think there's 2 lines of light oil being made at the moment. Not that there are 2 lines, but that I would like to give it 2 lines just in case. Water is running there, so we have to go down 1, which means we don't line up nicely. It's not great. We don't necessarily want... Well, we probably do want the single line just feeding in. It won't really matter. Why don't we just add another tank? Move it up. Can move it up. Yeah. So why don't we increase the size of these tanks? When we're doing the cracking, there'll be quite a bit. So we do that. Move that up. Let's connect to there instead. See if that fits. Welcome to the chat room, says Twitch. Well, thank you, Twitch. Is there something wrong with the chat? Okay, yeah, that's connected safely. Just need the extra tanks and that'll be plugged in the one line, and then the cracked lines can feed in, maybe spread out more, we'll see. Up this end I want to take the light oil a little further out. And those, another one out, maybe another 2 out. Just create some separation to work with. On there. So we've got a line of light oil here and another one there. Good. Are we feeding them straight into here? Probably, which means the cracking needs to start from there and head south, which will have enough space. Yep, we'll be good. We'll be fine. So we just want to run them 2 lines up and into the middle. Again, there's quite a lot, so let's increase the number of tanks we have at this end. Don't need more for the heavy oil. And why don't we add the extra pipe in the middle? May or may not help throughput, might make things worse, I don't know. No expert. But there we go. Done that. So if I run some pipe across from the centre, so 1 there and 1 there. Is that right spot? Yep. There and there. Ah, here we are, there's the line. So we're going to be around this area. So there, there. There's not any need to spread these out, is there? It will look prettier if they're close to each other. Prettier, you know, more organised. That one is just not reaching. Okay, it will matter then. In which case it's good that it's there. And let's just join them like that. That's good. Very good. So that's those two initial lines. So we've just got the cracking and the missing objects to deal with. So we need to go back and get tanks and assembly machines. And 14 plus 77. 14 plus 77. 91 chemical plants. Stack of tanks and 91 chemical plants. I feel like I'm forgetting something from that list, but still. I'm lost. Southeast here, good. Stack of tanks and half the chemical plants that we need. Okay, more will be found over here. This is the petro and chemical neck of the woods. There's chemical plants, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should do it. It's 105. I think that was good. I'm missing. I think we're good. Need to set up the delivery of empty barrels. And then we need to set up some things that are actually going to use this stuff so we can move. But there we go. It's all good. I forgot the assembly plants. That's what I'm forgetting. That's what was in the back of my mind. You know what's closer is just to get the new ones from over here. I know we've got a bunch stored up somewhere, but still. They done early? I think they are. Yep. That'll do. Down we go. 2 squares down, we're good. Build that one in. While we're here, let's run this belt. Which we're not intending on using any of this space. I don't know what the most efficient route is. I think the square is still the best. Just a bit weird, I guess. Don't know. Just a bit weird, really. I don't know where it's going to line up. We'll leave that for now. Do that train station in a bit. Last of all, or whatever. How are we doing this? No heavy oil here. Is there something wrong? Pump isn't doing anything, there's just no heavy oil. Let's set this to do the right recipe. Barrel up heavy oil. There we go. Something's backlogged, or oh, because they're not actually connected to the tanks, it will have stopped here. That does make sense. He's going to barrel up light oil. And they are connected. Seemingly. Didn't check that up here. There we go. Connected. Build in what's missing down here. And barrel up the petroleum. They need rotating. Good. That's all lined up. Things should be moving. They are. Until something backs up. The light oil would be first. Maybe the heavy oil because it's got less storage space. Okay, so cracking this down. Just kind of want to do it in the middle. What was it? 14 chemical plants. Which is very few. It doesn't really matter how we do this. We'll just put them up here. Doing cracking of heavy too light, that's the one. Alternate the recipes, I guess. Is that an okay way round? Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? We'll do water on the closer. Then the heavy oil will come out a bit because that will line it up with that tank, which needs a pump on it that we can control. No big deal for now. We shall set those controls once everything's in place. Now let's heavy oil input connected. That's the water input connected, but we need to run this, connect some water in, I think. Tiniest way might be going up first. Are we going to use more water from this pool? Probably not. Probably going to use a southern one so we can keep it quite tidy here and just run along this line. Bring that to that water pump. Very good. So they should be cracking. They are. And we'll tell them not too soon. We'll do it now, I guess. Why not? That line as well, I want to line up with this. Let me just... it's not making much, so I don't think it really matters how we connect it or where we connect it. Into the back seems better than the front one. We'll go with there. Just no particular reason. Join that to there. That's all good. Good. So yeah, let's wire the red network over here into that pump. Again, it might have been nice to have like an extra row of buffers and we could have measured off them rather than the train station itself. I don't know how often that's really going to be. Well, it doesn't matter. If there's space here, we don't want to crack. That's the fact of it. I'm not even sure if this is enough. Should we overdo the cracking? Do we need a set of flare stacks as well? Probably not. We'll be good. Well, I mean, we can just keep an eye on it and change the design if we find issues. The enabled condition is if the number of heavy oil barrels, we can make it less than complete maximum, I guess. If it's greater than or equal to, so 512 by 8 warehouses by 10 in a stack, 40,960 is literally full. So if there's more than 40,500 in total, then crack down and see if we need more light oil. Yeah, maybe we should overdo it. Like allow for more, just to make sure it all gets cleared through. I mean, this is what the number says, you know. We have round up. It will get through all of it. That's fine. Perfectly fine. A lot of sub-factories heading up now. All good. Let's put the cracking of the light oil into place, which is, I think, 2 lines just to keep it safe. So if we said 78 machines into 2 lines, 39 in a line. Could have done that in my head, I guess. There. Not going to fit, so 20 in a line. What am I looking for? Cracking of light oil to petroleum, yeah. But alternate them. That's good. Should we leave more space to get the water up the left-hand side? Or do we just send the water up the right-hand side, probably? to save space, organises things a bit better. Yeah, I think I prefer that actually. Okay. So 4 rows like this basically. They can be quite close together. Can they point at each other? Is there any purpose to that? Kind of. Line the inputs up like this, like join them across the way. There's not really any point in doing that. Let's try and just do it really compact here. But we really don't need to because the petrol's going all the way down there. Like, really don't need to. Oh well. Good, I think. Just try here in the middle, make sure there is space. Water. They need to go out. Goes like that, joins like that. That on the back of every one, and then the output. Yeah, because it's all the same. Just runs in a line down the middle there. Seems good. Ends are slightly different, I guess. We'll do that. In fact, let's just do them all. Something not right there. There we go. If we're gonna, yeah, we run out of pipe again. Sure. Not really a surprise, I guess. Don't need the light oil input on the end. It's going to come from the other side. The water's coming from this side. The petrol output is going this side as well, I guess, actually. So that's fine. Might go get the extra pipe just so I'm not looking at so many ghosts. Yeah, we'll go in a second. It's fine. We'll try and connect it without, and we'll just finish it off by bringing them over. Let's have a look, see then. We want to pull... we could pull 4 lines down. I was thinking 2 at least. But I mean, why not do 4? That's the first. There's the second. Third and fourth. Put those up in a second. Then spread them across here somehow. So we've got ins there. So what about pulling out one down here? One from here. Oh, they need to pump. My bad. That kind of changes it. And I mean, we're inputting the excess at the top, so it's somewhat irrelevant. I guess we'd prefer to pull out the top. I don't know. Let's do this. There and there, there and there. Upgrade those 2 poles. It's just how we line that up here that's going to be different. Just move things to the right a bit, I guess. So let's start here. That one's going to be there, that one there. That's going to be there, that there. Seems all good. That one's connecting to that. Which I guess can go under. That one's connecting there. That one's connecting there. And that one to there. Good. Going a bit crazy. Where are we? 4.5 hours in. That kind of explains it. We'll keep going. We'll get this finished before we wrap things up. So that's all good. They'll pump there, they'll pump there, they'll pump there. That 4 separate lines for whatever it's worth going into here. The water, I think we will run here. What's that? It's the same amount, right? So I would like to run 2 lines of water. One there. there. Yep. Not there. That's connected to there, yep. And that to there. Good. And that's going to be heading down, and I'm just going to line them up. Keep it looking pretty. Good. Get this down to this pool. 2 pumps in here. Annoying that doesn't quite line up great. No big deal. That'll be there. And that is there. All good. Yep. Just need the missing bits of pipe, obviously. But that's water in. And then the output is 46,000 petrol, which I think is okay in one line. But just to be safe, we could do 2. Why not? Going to remove those unnecessary connections there. Prevent any accidents. When we're missing the output on the front, which I'll remove the unnecessary bits on this end as well. Missing the output on the front of that row too. Wouldn't have worked very well. Okay, where are we? Why don't I run a line up and we'll join it? So that's all coming in from the right, so favouring the left seems fine. Let's just put them right next to each other if I do that. Who knows, but there we go. That's where we're going. And then that line and that line join that. And that line run out of undergrounds as well. Going to join there. Good. If we want to pump that, probably do, personally. Are we pumping here as well? That's, I mean, that's very close. I doubt that matters, but I'm going to. Let's get the bigger power coverage for that. Good. And then I'm going to pump everything else into the storage as well, I think, if we haven't already. So yeah, those I'm going to pump in all the time. We need to wire this up. So I'm going to take the red in some consistent manner to all the pumps that are pumping out. Configure them. I mean, it's like the same as up here. I've forgotten the number is all, so I'm just going to copy settings from that, put them on them, on one of them, and then change this to barrels of light oil and copy that to the others. That's fine. And that's all we need to control. Right down here just deals with the rest. We need to get some flare stacks, and we need to control that to prevent a backup just because the petrol is full. But actually space used, not a huge amount. Kind of interesting, really. I thought it would be much more of a squeeze, and it's not as many cracking machines as we've had in the past, so don't know if I've done something wrong this time, if I got the wrong crude oil number. It always seems like I have the wrong crude oil number. Who knows? It's all good though. You know, it'll work. Things will balance out. And whatever in the end. So let's get the 2 types of pipe. Gonna have to go up to get them. We need flare stacks and probably some more loaders for the final train station. So flare stacks are, got some here somewhere. Yep. Feel like I'm missing something. Why isn't there a part stack? I don't know. No one. Loaders are here. None are being made. No steel. Or no whatever lives on that belt. Yeah, copper. Copper would be needed for loaders. Does make sense. But we should be able to find still some pipe work over here. Yep. Just take a whole lot. Just make sure we got enough. Yeah, they're not making anything, so we would need to connect in the iron ingots to get them up and running again, which soon will be a job to do. We'll make sulfur first, then we'll actually be making ingots, then we can get them connected up and actually use them, which would be grand. And then we'll run out of plastic, so probably set that up soonish. I've forgotten something, haven't I? More loaders, more flare stacks. More pipe. No. I think I've got everything I put on my list. Good. Just let the robots build all this in. All this. Do we need anything southwards? I mean, I need to connect that. That would help. Seems good though, seems fine. Might be nice to just actually run it for a second to make sure it is working, I guess. But, you know, soon that will naturally happen. Just gotta get the barrels here, which are available. Or enough are available. We're not making any at the moment, I guess, is an issue, but enough are available. Let's build that in, we'll get the water connected. That should be capable of doing the cracking now. So we need to deal with the flaring. Make sure we don't back up. Do that down here. So we are creating, potentially, 24,500 petrol there. Plus 46 there. 70,500 a minute. 4.2 million a second. We get rid of 50 per... Done that maths wrong somehow. 46,000 fluid a minute. 24.5. So 46,000 plus 24.5. That's what I'm making in a minute. Divided by 60. 1,175 in a second. 50 per flare stacks. We need 24 flare stacks at a minimum. 2 rows of 12. But I like to go over, I mean 2 rows of 14 would be okay. Say we come out of the ends. Need a pump. 14. No, that's 12. 2 more. They'll be there, and then we'll do another mirroring over here, although the alignment's different. Ah, I can see why. Pump there, pump there. Let's get that one powered, get these powered where the gaps are. It's all good. There's no potential byproduct from flaring petrol, so we don't need to worry about inserters grabbing anything. We certainly want to turn it off pretty quick though, as we don't want to just flare off everything that we're producing. Let's run that line and connect to the red network here. And then we're going to copy the number again from over here. Where is it? It's on one of them pumps, for example. And then change that to barrels of petrol. That might be the wrong way of looking at it, actually. Flare off the petrol if we've got full on... I mean, we should flare off with full on petrol liquid regardless of the barrel situation, just to keep everything flowing. Yeah, that is true. Going to disconnect that. It is a kind of, yeah, regardless of that. In which case, I'm going to wire up all these tanks. And then feed them into the pumps and change that to be, what have we got here? 400,000. So if the amount of liquid petrol, that one, gas is more than, greater than or equal to 400,000 would be completely full, so we want it to be a little less than that. 399,500. It's a bit too close, I think. Let's go with 395,000. Petrol is greater than or equal to 395,000, so if we proper fill them up, layer them off, keep the system active, not backed up entirely. Yeah, regardless of what's being barreled, we need to do that to keep other things moving. That's all good. Refining, flaring, controlling it, cracking. A few missing bits of pipe up there. Let's get them built in, and let's get some barrels delivered here. Good. Yeah, once we've got the barrels, we can start supplying these all over the place. I imagine one location will not be enough. I can't imagine us having enough throughput of these three things, particularly the petrol, just from one source. But I guess we'll see, you know, get things up and running, and if this becomes the thing that's slowing us down, then we'll look to expand it. And if it's something else slowing us down, then we'll fix that instead. Is that all good? Yeah, I would like to balance properly, even if it is unnecessary, on one unloading spot. Where have I got any unloader? On all of that stuff, that would help. Good, good, good. Where am I? I'm in this one. That, so it's there. Interesting. I'll move that down. Set the filter there, just in case, to be empty barrel. Let's change them to empty barrel. Other page, that's why I can't see it. Copy paste that. Line all them up. Heading northbound, that's where the journey begins. Good. Let's wire it up while we're here before we do that. Put that pole and combinator in for it. And let's wire it up while we're here. Plug that into there. That into the back of that one and all the way down. And then the greens. Ooh, did I not have enough? I did not have enough arithmetic combinators by one. Okay. That's annoyingly close. What do I need? Some circuits and cabling. Okay. We'll find some of them on a belt up here, won't we? I'm sure. Some circuits, some cable. Make me an arithmetic. Good. There we go. Should be better. So green from there to the back of there. And again, for each warehouse. Good. Configure this slightly different to the others because it's a requester. But we do want to make sure we're on network 1, which is to say fresh barrel network, or yeah, and not the ones going back for reuse processing. What do we want? Barrels coming stacks of 10, so it's 1600 is the point at which to go get more. You might want to set that higher because we're going to use quite a lot, and it's the only thing here, so it won't particularly matter. Bigger buffer might help with flow. Next point would be 4800. Let's go with that. Crest barrels 4800 from network 1. Did I forget to wire that in again? Yes, I did. Good. Should see, there we go, 3200 barrels requested. Plug that in, lined up nicely. Okay, I think we're good then. As far as I'm concerned, we've plugged everything in. Hey, Whito, nice to see you. Hope you're good, man. Oh, we're winning. We're doing all right. Got quite a few things kind of boxed together today. Good progress. Probably wrapping up very soon. Just want to check that this works. And then we'll be good. I am concerned with how long it's taking a train to make this journey. I think we need some closer depots around the place. We'll see. He's got his barrels pretty quick. That's not bad going. What tiles are those? They're the modded ones. This reinforced plate. Black and light. So the grey one is the light one, and then you can see the black one around the edges. They're pretty good. 175% walking speed is pretty fast. Like, I've got no exoskeleton on. I can run faster than a blue belt. It's pretty bad. From Krastorio. Yeah. Recipes modified by SpaceX, but yeah, from K2. I like them. Quite expensive to make, not bad. Like, just, you have to make the refined concrete and then upgrade it with a bit of steel. It's not too bad. Okay, barrels, in you go. And out come heavy oil barrels, very nice. They're going to feed through, but that's fine. Good. Plenty of barrels carry on. And more are on their way for delivery, which is correct. Light oil is backed up. Interesting. Because, yeah, that does make sense. We might want to do something about that at a decider condition. So instead of just deciding to crack based on the barrels, they also decide to crack based on the liquid. As long as the barrel supply is okay, it doesn't matter. As long as the barrel supply is okay. Okay, output here's... Is this okay? Half the belt is backing up, but that's just half the belt. It's backing up pretty quickly though. Interesting. What's the throughput here then? If they're going full speed, they're making 5 a second, so 4 of them are making 20 a second, which is less than half of a blue belt. So it shouldn't be backing up. Five a second. No, it's more than 5 a second. Because we in assembly machine 3. So it's 5 plus a quarter of 5, 6 and a quarter, 12 and a half, 25. Still interesting. I don't have rate calculator, which I should really get. I've seen people using it and was like, what is that? It's really helpful. And haven't bothered getting it. Just do the math in my head, you know. So making 25 a second in total. No, 25 a second per machine. No. No. We're making 25 a second in total, which is just over half a belt. Okay. So I don't need to change anything. It's fine. It's just a lot. Many barrels are eaten and a few remain. What if we need more than one belt of barrel? Potential. 22 and a half is... Yeah, 22 and a half is half a blue belt. So if we're making 25 a second, then it should back up on half the belt. It should block up and then the other half should run a bit like it was. This machine at the end is not getting enough barrel. Definitely not. It doesn't need to run at max speed, but the one before it would need to. Okay, we have a barrel problem. The barrel problem is we're using all of them. So 0.724, but we're adding 0.089 and we're adding 0.341 when we crack. Is this for spaces so you don't need this much? No, this is just like in general to have available for use everywhere. So, you know, sulfur production, plastic production, they all need these materials and it's for everything, which yeah, it should be roughly enough. I think we might need a second source for it, but yeah, it's the easiest way to manage multiple things all over the place. Barreled up, yeah, which is, I think it will be fine. Everywhere where we need one of these liquids, why not fluid trains? Because you need to unload them separately. So, although we might be able to do it. We could do it, potentially. So, you share a blueprint somewhere, yeah. Or, you know, picture of it or something would be fine. It's fine to use fluid trains because LTN will send the right thing. It's clever. It's generally okay to unload. So up here, for example, we have 3 delivery points and 2 of them are delivering solid materials. One of them is delivering fluid material. So this doesn't need to be barreled. We could deliver fluid lubricant here. But in other situations, you don't get a free delivery location. Everything needs to come into one spot. So you've got things in barrels and things not in barrels. Makes it quite simple. The way that we could get around that is if a station is capable of unloading fluids like on the other side, which would be quite awkward but doable. kind of break the symmetry a little bit, but it would work. Grab that. If it'll copy. Import. And just throw that over here somewhere. Blueprints for, yeah, a shorter train, but the concept is the same. And it's space rail, but the concept is the same. So you're loading in this case, but I guess unloading would be the same as well. Or are you? And yeah, space pipe. There we go. Pumping in and pumping from each shore to each, yeah. It's workable, isn't it? Do you have LTN combinator? No. Don't think I do. I'll check in while I'm looking for other stuff anyway. I got you. So you get a signal from the LTN train telling you whether it's receiving or whether it's giving or taking, and that flips these. Sure. Then you can pump them out, or you can pump in. Okay, interesting. Which wouldn't, I don't think would be necessary for us, in that a station that loads always loads. Down here, I still don't know what I'm going to do up in space. Probably not trains, if I'm honest. Probably not. Not bother with it. Just a really long bus. Really long. But there are a lot of weird fluids in space, aren't there? A lot of different fluids. So it's an interesting idea in that we could change our stations to allow fluid unloading and have some fluid trains, because it's not like we're short of trains. Like, we could convert some of these to fluid without any problem, really. Do you know about? I've not seen it. I think I read the name when I was looking at what mods to start with, and I got various LTN mods, but I don't think I got LTN Combinator. A super easy 4-way option. Yeah. I think it might just be overkill. I don't know. Very likely I will change my mind as we get even deeper into things, and obviously that's a way of simplifying things. You learn about how the mod works, and then the game is simplified, which is a good thing, rather than just trying to bash your way through the complicated stuff. Adds a GUI so it's easier to understand. Interesting. Interesting, the configuration of the station gets a GUI. That would be pretty good, actually, I guess, because this whole thing is not the best, for sure. And this, having a user interface for LTN related things is good. Very nice. That's exactly what it fixes. Yeah, that's very tempting then. It's on the list. I will check it out and probably add it in just for the sake of it. What's this? Cyber Sun. Not heard of it. No, not at all. New version of LTN. Or doing a similar thing, but different, I guess. Project however you say that word. Sure. Our supply of barrels is improving even though nothing's changed. This is still going at full rate. Might just run a second line of them anyway. Like, it wouldn't make any difference to us to run a second line. Make sure there's enough. Although, like, there's enough. They're all going. There's not enough petrol at the moment, so I think it will matter. The second one wouldn't hurt. Uses the regular train stop, but adds a combinator to work like LTN. Simplifies things. I don't like, what is the point of the LTN train stop? Is it adds the two boxes that you connect your wires to. So I guess if you had some other method for that, because like crafting combinator doesn't, you just put it in the right location and it works. So rather than doing this, you could just put a combinator in the correct location in front of the train stop and it would work, I guess. Not required. No, I mean, it separates different signals into different bits you can connect to. I guess, but I don't know when you'd get overlapping signals. I guess the issue is if your output signals overlapped with your input and caused some kind of conflict in your design, but I don't know, some specific weird use case that I'm not seeing yet. Vanilla train logic is better than what most people give it. Vanilla trains would be perfectly fine to do what we've been doing so far. LTN's nice. It's kind of like interesting and fun, and I love having our trains sat in a depot. It's kind of, I don't know, just nice, but very unnecessary. Especially with this kind of layout. I don't know. We could have got, I think we could have got, or will get, better throughput without LTN with this layout, because the journey time to get to the depot and back is too long. There is an option to get rid of depots, but you need somewhere to fuel your trains. So if we had fuel everywhere, it'd be fine, but we don't and won't. So yeah, make more depots, absolutely. Just like, this is 20 trains and we're using 3 or 4, so adding another 20 trains is a bit insane. I don't know if we could just do something. Maybe we could do a half square depot and use the other half. No, we can't. We can at the moment because we're using fuel tanks, but when we switch to nuclear, that won't be an option unless we use a train station that's both in and outbound. Then we could. Wouldn't be bad. Maybe. Wait till it's all on. I still think we're only going to use... I don't think we're going to use 10 trains at the same time. Like, we're configured to only use 1 per route at a time, which we could up to 2. But if we go higher than that, we'll create pretty bad traffic jams if things go wrong. So I can't see us going for more than that. There, 2 lines. We just put those barrels back in. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. Once we get nuclear trains up and running, we'll see how quick they are. If they can reduce travel time, it might all be good. I think I was planning on doing 1 more row and then depots again. So each depot's covering like 1.5 squares. Seems like it might be okay. And I wouldn't want one on this row anyway, because there's too many good things to get right here. And they, of course, they have to be central. They can't just be all over the place. No good. Might have been easier to send steel and make steel into the barrels on the spot. Yes, but what do you do with the barrel afterwards? My major problem that has annoyed me most recently is you can recycle barrels back to steel plate, but you can't recycle them back to steel ingot. And we use ingots. So the steel plate recycling is useless. We need to reuse the barrel, which is, yeah. Can have way too much steel in space, yeah. Good. Then that's fine there. Feed that into there. We'll do one more. Push right on all of them we just put in. Curious why I don't have 2 full lines. We'll go check that in a second. So we have a spot in the south where all the barrels go back after they're used. That's the wrong way around. I don't have enough barrels, that's why. Okay. 2 belts unloads the station too quickly. Which is fine. So, say we're making sulfur, or whatever, that's what we're going to work on next. It gets barrels of petrol delivered, it empties them, the barrels go back to here, they get fed through the barrel production area, take priority over the production, and get reused on 2 separate LTN networks to stop them from clashing with each other. So there's a buffer of barrels in our network big enough to carry everything everywhere and back again, which is yeah, crazy. Really cool, I think. I want to see it in action, but yeah. What is a steel rate anyway? It's 1:1, so it wouldn't make a difference delivering steel plate. Delivering steel ingot would make a difference, 1:10. Or 10:1, I guess. But yeah, there's no advantage to delivering steel plate. Oh, stacks are bigger. That's a big advantage. The other thing to do here, which is something we need to test anyway, is to change that to 2. Which I guess we'll see. We should immediately get a request for barrels. If we've got 2 trains running, we need to up the number on the request, or want to up the number by another 3,200. So that'll be 8,000. I guess. Train and buffer. Yeah. And yeah, I think the main issue is the journey time on that. Like, depot up here to get barreled here, deliver it here and go back, then do it again. It's just, we're consuming the barrels faster than that. Not consuming. Not really being consumed. They're being filled. Also, do I need a 2 here? No, I don't need to increase the number of trains at that station. That's fine. It's about telling the system when that train has left, another one can leave the depot, which is fine. Yep. We also might just not have enough barrels. No, we're good. Don't have a huge number. 37k is enough for the train to keep coming. And the production rate's fine, although got no steel ingots being made at the moment. It's fine. It's going to back up anyway. That's the main advantage, or the main reason to not worry about any of this, is that it looks terrible as soon as you build something new. It doesn't run at a good rate. There's shortages, there's gaps. But then we're not actually going to consume petrol at this rate. We're making it way too quick. It'll take a long time before we consume it at this rate. So it's not really going to be a problem. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Don't need the steel, but it helps. Yeah. Yeah. There was another way of fixing this, you know, making this work. But this will function, just might be a bit clunky. Very clunky. But, you know, it will function. When we get into, yeah, we'll use a lot of petrol, yeah. At some point in the future, we will use a lot. Don't know how much. This also lets us shoot petrol into space, I guess. Not shoot, launch petrol into space. Which you can't do as a liquid. But you can make it in space, I guess. I think that's most people's attitude is I'll make it in space, whereas I really want to just set all the resources up and then construct in space or something. How is space looking? It's a mess at the moment. So I'm going to show you Orbit, which is just a bunch of half-finished platforms. This was what we built to rush enough production science packs to kind of step things up, you know, like have Blue Belt, have Assembly Machine 3, and scale up production. Like, we just nice and messy. Pushed to get a few things unlocked. You know, nice mixed cargo landing pad with terribly configured bits and pieces, and I think I was juggling things between various warehouses over and over just to get the balance right, because I only sent the resources to do like 2% more than we needed, which was not enough. And yeah, but it's fine, you know, it got us there. It needs a major rework. And I think, yeah, I'm just going to try and do a really, really long belt bus, like really long, with, like, I've got a vague idea, because I just don't want to do another train grid. I've got one of them. I don't want another one. And we'll see. And maybe some robots, more robots up here than we have back on home. We've also got Hephaestus is our Vulcanite planet, which is like nice and solar powered. This is doing fine. There's a few things missing. I've got no like crash protection, which is a problem we had recently, is rockets that miss the landing pad. This is not a good setup for that. So we could do with having something around to protect from that, for at least temporarily, you know, until we can research past that issue. And the meteorite ammunition is not being delivered. It's not set up yet. So there's a bit of work to do to get that done right. But, you know, it's fine. It throughputs a hell of a lot of vulcanite. Too much, really. We can't supply rocket parts fast enough to get it back on time. So, yeah. But we've scaled up to making something like 2,000 vulcanite blocks a minute, and we don't need that many at the moment. So we have time to scale other things up to get that moving, hopefully. Oh, and then we've got the old planet, which is completely abandoned. I should trim this, actually. Not trim, what's the word? Abandon. Where we were testing delivery cannon as a method of moving stuff, and it's rubbish. It's not the way to do it. Definitely not. Like, having to deliver the cannon capsule parts is just bad. Have to see where we make cannons are OP. This, as a facility for moving things like en masse, the rockets are better. Like, just easier to manage. The components required to send them back and forth is fewer. I think if you used a rocket to send delivery cannon capsules here, and then shot the resources back, that could be viable. Like a mixed thing, but you can move all the things to build the capsules. Yes. Move. Yeah, you have to show me all of it, yeah. But so in order to make the delivery cannon capsule and the meteorite ammunition, we needed to deliver 7 things, each being shot in, and then all of this construction just to make enough to send back. And that was for a very small amount of vulcanite, very small. Whereas the rocket can carry more, can do faster, and you only need to deliver 4 things. It was all cannon. I like them. They're very cool. They make good noises, but this newer method, like, this is much more compact, much simpler. There are 3. There'll be a 4th for the meteorite ammo. But, like, that's it. You just send those things and then they come back and you reuse them. And I have no idea why there's a bunch of stuff in here, but okay. Rockets cost a bit. Yeah, they do. Quite a lot. But that cost reduces over time. Like, you research the recovery and you recover more and more parts. And I think the capsules are not much cheaper. Really not much cheaper. Cannon's great for early game. I mean, you know, we gave it a go, and I'm glad we gave it a go. It was interesting, and it's viable. I'm not saying it's not viable, it's just rockets have turned out much more efficient. Super cheaper. So a cannon capsule. Let's use the planner. Might be easier. I want to send a rocket. I need 100 of them. Not them. Where's it gone? It's that screen, that one. 100 of them. Which... Actually, there's no... I've got that on the other screen. Don't need that. Need the cannon capsule. Where is that? There. We need 500 of them. Well, the parts cost 5 a pop. Need 100 to launch. So you send 500 items for 100 items. So here we are using 2k steel. I mean, I can explode all this, can't I? Didn't pull enough. 5k plastic, 2k steel, 7.5k. This is double what I've got on the other screen. So 2.5k, 1k, 3.7k, and then our rockets are made there. So 2.5k, or a lot more copper. Well, not a lot more, but a significant amount more. Not much more steel. Not much more plastic. Which one was it? That one? 3.6k, quite a lot more sulfur, which is interesting. Plus you've got the capsule as well, and the rocket fuel, which isn't, no, it's not nothing. 1.6 on the iron, no iron. It's not, like, it's not that much more expensive. It's more expensive, like, obviously, but you're recovering, I'm recovering 26% of this. Heat shielding that costs the most. But yeah, it's not awful though, it's just steel and stone and sulfur. Lots of sulfur, yeah. Lots of sulfur for the heat shielding. Makes sense. But even on the, I mean, the core, so that's 375 copper ingot. and that's 940, so it's almost triple the copper. It's less than that. It's maybe double the copper, a little over double the copper, to do rocket instead of cannon. But then, like, you can centralize it, and that's it's perhaps just down to layout and design and stuff. Like I say, early game cannon makes more sense. The later you get, the less sense it makes. That kind of makes sense to me. The better HS heat shielding recipe with have we got that one? No, we've got the alternate rocket part recipe that we're not using yet. I don't have the alternate heat shield yet. No. Don't need to look up this way, do I? So the iridium plate instead of the steel and reduced sulfur. Sure. Not that iridium's very fun. Where's so heat shielding craft? The alternate one, yeah, it's good. So what's VR? I didn't want that. Sorry. Iridium. Wrong way round. Iridium. No. Oh, this is all sure. Iridium ingot makes iridium plate. Sure, helpful. Pyroflux and that's the annoying bit. Getting the enriched vulcanite out. We had to factor that in early. We'll worry about that when we get there. Just got this done. Oh, cool. We're good here, right? Done in this location. Yeah, we're good here. We've got the stuff we needed done here. We want to head up northwestwards. Bulk planet might have it, yes. I'm not sure about getting multiple things from the same location. Is it? It's probably... If I can separate them in my mind, it wouldn't be such an issue. Should have. We've got some holmanite. There's immersite. Don't know. Not a huge amount of stuff there. The ratio of the vulcanite is much higher. Some. Don't know what else we need to go get. We need to get a cryonite planet soon, which I haven't even looked at. Beryl back here. Nice at some point, I guess. I assume we need to go further away for cold stuff. There's some cryonite. Planet Frost. Sure, I guess. Use priority in planets easier to find. Yeah, they're on, the ones I'm on are number 1. I've got a number 1 next to them. I've got priority 1 set. That's what I mean. Not bad. Requires frozen terrain. Yeah, makes sense. Not quite there yet either. That's some distance away. Can sort the page. Yeah. Other way around, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I've only got 2 planets at the moment, so it's not such an issue right now, but yeah. We'll get there. I did want to... I'm not sure I'm on the latest version, actually. What was that? Shortcut on abandoning a planet. Because we're never going back to this one. It's a useless planet, unless we want tons of uranium, I guess. Which, actually, we kind of do. But yeah, I would rather start it again if we went there anyway. You use 1 to 10 for different things. Just hold it for now. Yeah, it's not hurting, is it? Like, our save times are still dead short, so it's fine. But like, it's a uranium planet with very little uranium. It's not even a planet, it's a moon. Maybe we'll end up back there at some point, I guess is the theory. We'll see. Trim. There's no point in trimming because it's a moon. So it's really small. No biters, no. None at home. The 7% threat on Everdome ended up not having any. I don't think Hephaestus had any either. It was no threat. Yeah, 0 threat. So we'd need to go to a planet that has them, and even then they're on peaceful, so they won't cause us any trouble unless we look for it. Which, yeah, not part of the game I enjoy, so completely disabled. Not completely disabled. They're there. They just won't. They fight back, yeah. But they shouldn't attack us unless we shoot them. They fixed that. Oh, interesting. We'll see whether it works or not then. I mean, we're on, like, peaceful mode is enabled, so unless the mod overwrites the AI, which it might. Yeah, you're peaceful, but they went after you. Interesting. They should, if you like walk into their base and shoot one of them, they should fight back and chase you and everything. But they shouldn't attack your base unless you have gone and shot them. I don't think. Don't know. I mean, by the time we go to by the time we're forced to go to a planet with threat, we will have the weapons that it won't really matter, I guess. We can just manufacture some big artillery and cleanse the planet. If we have to. Or we just constantly go to planets that have no threat. If we can. I did. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. It could be the mod overwrites it. Like, there is no peaceful in space, which I would hate. Like, as a design decision, I can't see the purpose of that. But yeah, I'm not too worried. In any case, I have been going far too long and do need to wrap things up. I'm just going to save. We're good. It's been good today, actually. Very good progress-wise. We redid our base copper and our base iron so that they use vulcanite now. Not that we have any at this moment in time, but they're ready. So when we kickstart things again, the output from these is going to be much higher, and it's going to be in ingot form, so we can get much better efficiency out of that. And we've plugged in the first, which might be enough for a long time, of the oil refining, cracking, and so on. So next session is this square here. We'll deliver in some petroleum and create sulfur and plastic again, so that they're available. And then somewhere, maybe the square above it, we'll redo rocket fuel at a much higher scale. We don't need to do train fuel because we've got tons in buffer, and we're going to swap to nuclear pretty soon. But I think there's like solid fuel block needs to be made for some research or something, so we might do that in the same place or a different place. I'm thinking of moving the barrel over one, sharing it with the coal, and then we can use this spot. Once we've done that, so that's next session. Session after, we need to look at the stone and how we use vulcanite to increase our efficiency on those production lines. And the rare metals can have vulcanite added to increase their production. So I might do a bit more like cosmetic and prep work between either this stream and the next, or the next and the one after. Add some squares down the bottom. We can do the rare metals down there with the vulcanite, or something like that. But we're not far off. You can see the squares with background are being updated, so we've only got a few old ones kicking around at the moment. Not far to go till we're ready to go and do the same thing in space and you know, make our orbital platform actually work for us. But you know, good progress today for sure. Happy with that. we will continue with those Saturday. Check that. Yes, more Factorio Saturday, 4 p.m. BST start, like usual, 4 to 5 hours typically, sometimes a little bit longer. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to do some more RimWorld with our cozy little build there, a fun little colony. Same old plan. I've been talking lately about how things are not quiet, but not like happening the way I want them to. So I'm still thinking about things I might change, but I think most of that's just going to be like doing more, basically. So I'm not actually expecting anything to change at this point from what I was thinking about the last couple of days, which I had off. I'm mostly just thinking of either more streams or more YouTube content or something, longer streams, 2 streams in one day, this kind of thing. So the current plan, where we do Factorio twice a week and RimWorld twice a week, is probably going to continue as is. Can't see any reason to change it. But you know, we'll see. We'll see how things go. Anyway, there's the plan. Next few streams. Do come join us if you can. Let me find someone we can raid for the rest of this evening, if anyone's still around. Well, you'll never guess who's live playing Factorio. It's only El Whito, who was just here having a lovely chat with us, so it makes absolute sense to go join him on his stream next. Absolutely. We'll see what it's like when you're much farther ahead than I am, with the same kind of mods and a much better understanding, I guess, better experience of what's going on. So we'll go join Whito for a bit of that. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for joining tonight, for watching live if you were here, and chatting and lurking or whatever. But if you're catching this later on YouTube or whatever as well, appreciate it, really do. Whatever you're up to after the raid tonight, do have a good one. And yeah, hopefully we will see you again for some streams soon. We're all good. Thanks, guys.